1, 2, check. Check. 1, 2, check. Check. 1, 2, check. Oh, thank you, Zach. How's it going? Long time no see. Hello. Catwin. It's been a while since I've streamed, so. All right. Let's see here. Oh, man. I'm just getting all sorts of notifications today. Okay. I am super late. I'm supposed to have been talking to Carl a while ago, but I'm late because I can't do anything right. Okay. How's it going, guy? Okay, it would be great if this worked. Okay, cool. How's it going, guys? Let's see here. Did it work is the question. Okay. Yeah, kind of. It kind of worked. Oh man, it's supposed to do the vertical stream too, but it didn't. So, oh, you know what? And I'm on normal latency. This is what happens when I don't stream for like a month or longer. I forget all my normal settings. Okay, well, anyways, you guys are in a little bit of a delay, but you know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, so the first part of our stream is we're going to be talking to Carl today. That's going to be fun, right? We're going to be talking to Carl. Can you link your YouTube to me? Carl is somebody who's friends with Dev, Short Fat Otaku. And Carl, I guess I stopped by Carl's stream one day recently because he like defended me in a Twitter argument. So I just wanted to give him a thank you. And then he was like, "Hey, can we collaborate sometime?" And I was like, "Sure." Hair's looking awesome today. Hope the talk goes well. Thank you. And then later, for the other part of the stream, I'm doing research on one of my video essays. I've got a couple going right now. As you guys know, I've been working really long on one that's about a creator, but I also have another one going that's more broad about like why everybody hates Indian people right now. So yeah, we're gonna have fun. So that should be fun to research. All right. And this is Carl's YouTube. Go check him out. Okay? All right. Let me call him right now. Oh wait, I should turn on my video, shouldn't I?
I have pressed the button. I need to turn my webcam off so my webcam can function, actually.
Oh, okay, no problem. How's it going?
I am alive with the sound of music and chicanery.
The hills are alive with the sound of music. You can't say that. You can't make references to Sound of Music with me because I'll start remembering all the songs. Not acceptable. We're already on a bad start here, so.
I can't get any worse than my debate performance, but you know, the world keeps turning. Yeah, keep moving.
I'm sure your debate performance wasn't bad. Debates are just, debates are just whatever, They're just whatever, so.
I have a very strong opinion that in many cases, the way that a person should really look at a debate is that you should really probably just only process it in the mentality of content. But I'm of the opinion, I'm of the opinion that when it comes to the kind of content that I go on Wik to do, which is all of 2 times, the problem that I come up facing is
Mhm.
that the way that people look at debates, it is very much skewed in the direction that it is just a replacement for internet blood sports.
Mhm.
People very rarely are actually engaged with the conversation. Um, from my experience, the pit, I wouldn't necessarily say Wik is the Den of Vipers, but the type of people that, as it's been said to me, because there's been multiple people who have tried to talk to me about it, had a conversation with me about it, and then just mentioned it offhand to me because they don't like Destiny, that the quote Destiny runoff is not going to be capable of grasping something like what I was saying there. And even though I didn't necessarily do the best performance, work screen, goddamn you, it is to me that turn on, turn off. There we go. It is to me that it's the case that god damn it, why won't it work? It is the case to me that for something like say getting people to actually understand that the internet is kind of dying and dead, the medium itself will probably live in some format, but actually socializing with people is almost completely kaput. They're not gonna really get that because
That's sad. I don't like that.
they're cooked. Like they're cooked. Like mentally they are cooked. They have ceded that argument away from themselves. They don't want to accept that as true.
So wait,
Because that
explain to me how socializing is dead.
okay, so there was a time period from about say 2011 to 2019, and then
Mhm.
it floated for a little bit because of COVID, and then the COVID bubble burst officially in 2022 when the economy was finally properly recovered. That in
Mhm.
that time period, before we even knew what the word fortress arc meant, people had social groups that they belonged to, either because of necessity, because of involvement of work for what their praxis or their actual ongoing work projects were, or because they fell into the friend circle because they were already friends with the person. And then, because they liked being around them, they naturally started doing things with them because they liked being there, and those things followed suit with them. Then, what ended up happening is that I'm sure you're aware of the phrase political homelessness. People
Mhm.
started becoming politically homeless. They started being purity tested, that they weren't good enough to be in a social group. Let me try again with my camera. They weren't considered good enough to be in a social group because the social group demanded of them that they have to behave a certain way, otherwise, they're not allowed to be in the club. Then, once that started happening, it was 2 steps away from the purity test because we think you're not aligned with our politics to the purity test of you're not aligned with my personal moral compass, which they don't have one. I say the proverbial they because it's literally the people that come to you and do this. So, say the political bread tube stack.
Mhm.
People that I don't want to say the N word, even though I'm going to be saying NIGGA, but the Nebula Elite, if I wanted to quote something from the video I saw the other day, the
Oh
kind of
shit.
people that make content on Nebula, specifically because they bring content creators to the creator of Nebula, and Nebula himself is a left wing leftist who wants to claim they're not shitheads, meaning if you don't agree with his politics, you're a shithead. They naturally push people out of their circles and thus out of material because they need the worldview to reflect the people who they're interacting with and the worldview that they want to strive for, not the actual political reality and the physical reality of who occupies the space. So go all the way back. Scan the skies like Khonshu, all the way back to Twitch, circa 2005 2014 to 2018, when the Hippy Dippy Championship still lived, when you could
Hmm.
possibly catch Destiny pushing actual Jake's shit in, and Dylan Burns sitting there saying, "Oh my God, he put me in the cage match again. I can't stop this." You had a lively, kind of bad, depending on them, because most of the people involved were dirtbag leftists, and they hid their power level so that you didn't know that they were. But
Hmm.
you had a spear of people that either for social reasons, for content reasons, for drama reasons, because they just basically lived on the front page of LSF, or for actual gaming and social reasons, because they were actual personal friends. You had people who were involved with each other. They went canvassing, they did events, they hung out, they did content, they did big panel content, they
Hmm.
invited people into their spheres of influence, and from a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend, people started getting pulled up. This was how White Forest and White Leaf was put together, with Vosh and Nervosa. They had a
Hmm.
very big network full of people. Even if they didn't necessarily agree directly with the supposed sock dem utilitarian politics of Ian Kaczynski, aka Vosh, it was the case that when he came up in Destiny's audience as Irish Laddie, and then had to basically do the walk of shame concerning his behavior with Poppy and his argumentation about adults with children, he eventually got to the point that he then spawned his own clones. That's how you got Bosch creating Shark03 and Demon Mama and other people like them. The kind of people that nowadays get called crumb tubers, because it was a term that was thought up by people like Dev and Sargon and the rest of them, and it just stuck because they're smaller creators on
Hmm.
YouTube that effectively are sucking up to these people for crumbs. If they actually produce something of their own value, that they become proper big YouTubers. Big in this concept is like 100K, but I really think it's like between 10K to 100K. Like a smaller creator is somebody who's at the size that I guess me and you are at. Or
Hmm.
2 years, or rather, I should think like whenever Dev made that shout out video for the both of us, which I think is 2022,
Hmm.
2-ish to 3-ish years ago would have been the size that we were at then. Because like I was in the third digits when I was starting to pop off with my podcast before I had to put it on indefinite hiatus.
Hmm.
Um, those smaller creators that basically were nothing burgers in the field of the work, the people who popularized the attitude of the smaller streamer syndrome, of being worried about they're stepping on their heels, they're stepping on people's toes, and they're going to embarrass themselves. And so that
Hmm.
ends up making them on the outs with this group. They must get in with this group in order to get to the big leagues. Because
Hmm.
LSF is not monetizable to small streamers, only mid size and higher level. And
Hmm.
most of the people who are on LSF, they are either big in their own right, or they are a part of an organization. They're a part of the Poggers community. They're part of the WL community. They are personal friends with Cutie Cinderella and Ludwig. They are friends with people, if not dating, if not the boyfriends, the wags, the wives and girlfriends, the boyfriends and husbands of One True King of OTK,
Hmm.
NMP, his group, etc. Or a bigger org, like say an actual esports organization on a streaming contract, like like Team Liquid or Tempo Storm. Shoutouts Caterino. Or people that were a part of like the big wig organizations like FaZe.
Hmm. Hmm.
This was how you made your bones. The
Sorry,
only
I
other
just
way
need
you
to really quickly
go
shout out
ahead.
as well. Little Bits, thank you so much for the memberships. Very much appreciated. Oh, I can
I
see
fixed
you.
it.
What's up?
I fixed
Um,
it. Fixed it.
okay, so I think I know what you're I think I see what you're saying. And I think so what you're saying is basically like it used to be that the socializing in the sense of a creator is kind of dead right now, and it may be dead
More or
for a
less.
while. Yeah, that makes
Yes.
sense to me. I think back when there were more panel shows, and there were fun panel shows, it was a lot easier to socialize, and I think everybody's kind of gone fortress mode right now. I don't know if it will stay like that forever, though. I think it is the nature of the space that we're in. I mean, right now, the space that I'm in, I don't even know where I am. I think it's transforming. It's changing. I think I'm changing. But I do think that collaboration will come back. As far as like socializing, like and people being pulled up, I think you're right that in a more permanent sense, probably it's going to be harder to be pulled up as a creator because of
Hmm.
all of the large organizations involved or just all of the in groups involved, right? Though I don't think
It's
it's impossible. Yeah.
it's not
So
impossible. It's like this
yeah.
is one of the issues that is being caused because YouTube is incapable of getting the shit together. Technically, we blame Susan Wojcicki for this, but it's really this constant boom in the industry and their desire to go towards bigger figures rather than remembering the people that made the platforms what they were, which was the mid-level and smaller people. The
Mm-hmm.
injection of new blood that came from people who had something hungry to make, something hungry to say, or something hungry to do and show and to share with other people is what made YouTube and even Twitter, especially in Jack Dorsey's days, possible. What really is stifling the problem, and why I say that that is the main mechanism, is because until the algorithms are properly fixed from when they were originally sabotaged, so that leftist creators were being made priority creators during a time where they were actively using that as a way to become industry uh, benchmarks for what was considered the norm, because the left was considered the norm for a very serious period of time, even if
Mm-hmm.
it was just left of center.
Yeah.
Until you restrict the um, the AI problem. That's the number one problem. Because AI is fucking all of us, even when we don't know it. Like, we just had a scare about that the last 3-4 months of the fiscal quarter last year, because the AI art decided to inject restricted mode on some people's accounts, and then actively control what they could see on the platform. And then the front page of YouTube itself, ever since Wojcicki, unfortunately passed, but more specifically when she was still with us, stepped down from her position, the way that she saw that YouTube should function is similar to the way in which the current owner, or not owner, but this current CC position of the CEO of Twitch thinks that the website should work, which I'm thinking of Dan, what's his name? The old man that looks like he's the brother of fucking
Uh,
Richard Bronson.
yeah,
Dan
like the loser
Clancy?
brother of Richard Branson. Yeah. Um,
Yes. Dan Clancy, I
uh,
think his name is.
Dan Clancy. Yeah, that's yes.
Um,
Yeah.
Dan Clancy thinks that broadcasting and creation is supposed to be a constant spectacle. And there's an idea where you can be right, but that's not the only way to make content.
Uh-huh.
I remember when they first brought in the 2014 model after they bought the platform, after the entire spectacle of Twitch Plays Pokemon, which was a global event where everybody
Oh
was
yeah, I
together,
remember that. That was
when everyone
crazy.
was when everyone was together pressing buttons to try and either through democracy or through anarchy play through. I think it was Fire Red or one of the first gens. The idea of broadcasting was there is cool shit happening everywhere. It is a red light district on the internet, at least Twitch was, and
Mm-hmm.
you needed to go find a content creator that you liked, that you found an appeal with, and you just consumed their content. They made things. It was
Mm-hmm.
not about, say, necessarily the idea of YouTube's original standard of broadcasting yourself, although that was one part of it. It
Mm-hmm.
was that you didn't go live to entertain people. You went live to entertain yourself, and you brought your chat rooms with you, and other people, if they were also there with you as broadcasters and friends, enhanced this experience.
Mm-hmm.
You made things and you did things, but it was about joining up with that thing and getting involved with that thing.
Yeah, it was like a
That's
community. Very community
yes.
oriented. Yeah. Yeah.
You needed to have the ability to build a community, or at least build the space for a community, because if you boot it, they will come. And this was never at its peak than with the panel shows. Whether it
Mm-hmm.
was Raj Royale, whether it was whatever was going on with what Trainwreck was doing before he eventually spun off and did Kick, when Destiny used to be how he was before, when he was doing stuff with people like Not So Erudite, which helped really reinvent his image before, I don't know, Sex Epstein became a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I have to do more research into that, but from what I've seen, that is the case. When it was much more the case that you could have people on the platform doing whatever they want, whether it was politics, gaming, hanging out, IRL, normal chatting, panel show chatting, game shows that they invented, or whatever, as well as Twitch
Mm-hmm.
Rivals. Twitch Rivals was very central to this in this era. You had people that were together for an actual purpose.
Yeah.
They didn't just gravitate towards creator because, oh, I heard that this creator is going to be doing this crazy thing with Nicki Minaj. You might see somebody shake some ass. It was actually that here's this person who's currently live. He is creating pieces and parts that are going to go into the next episode of the video he's working on, and that could have been somebody like Papa Meat, or when Tenny Pendergrass, T-Pain, when he's signed to the platform along with Deadmau5 when they first made their contracts, and Logic as well too. When they first signed to the platform, as some of the first actual guaranteed music creators alongside Monster Cat, you had a feedback loop where music people and stream people were able to actually do something about the RIAA before Twitch got scared of all the streamers just constantly using Pandora and using Spotify as a replacement for broadcasts, constantly violating the contracts, that they just simply slapped all of us on top of the head and said, hey, don't do that. We're going to ban you for it. Despite the fact they went back to not caring. Even now, that 3-strike system for copyright, it's not enforced. Because if it was, there'd be so many streamers banned off this platform just like Legendary Lee. All those people that have been banned off Twitch for legitimate reasons, that then went to Kick as a way to just start over again, like Ice Poseidon did, they would have been off the platforms permanently, because they wouldn't have tolerated that shit. I'm surprised that Zerka lasted as long as he did, and that it took him deciding to content bait, oh, did I get in this bed with this girl? Did I actually sleep with her? Yeah, no, yes, I did. And it's like, no, he should have been on. I Ice Poseidon too. How many times has he crypto pooled his audience? And Legendary Elite too. Maybe girls shouldn't be doing things like trying to bait their audience to look up their skirts. And maybe Zoe Burger too. And maybe the whole squad in totality. And maybe also Caseytron back when she was baiting breasts. Constantly
so the one thing I'll
Cassiopeia.
say, so the one thing I'll say is, like, as a female content creator, nobody wants to say this, right? Nobody wants to say this. Nobody wants to acknowledge it. But you know, there's like there's a higher floor for female content creators, as in, like, generally your low level is, you'll have some viewers, but there's also a much lower ceiling for female content creators, and it's much harder, I feel, to grow. If you're like a male, yes, your floor is like rock bottom, but generally all the top streamers, period, or all the top creators tend to be male. And so, like, I am a little bit sympathetic towards women when it comes to, like, I personally, it's not something that I would doing like the e-girl stuff, right? But at the same time that, there are two ways to get more notoriety as a female streamer, right? And nobody wants to say this, but it is the truth, right? One is doing the e-girl thing and using your body and showing off your boobs or whatever, right? Or showing off your flirting with your chat, whatever, providing the girlfriend experience. The other one is hanging around a male content creator that's much larger than you. And that is just the unfortunate reality of it, right? So it kind of sucks. So while I agree, like, I personally didn't like also a lot of the audience that came into Twitch when I used to stream on Twitch, and there would be all these e-girls, and the audience was super toxic around that. At the same time, I find it really hard to completely, like, criticize these women, because they were just going with where the market was, right? And so like, it's hard. I don't know if Twitch banned all of that, maybe the audience would be better, right? But I'm sure then they would find another way to, like, do it, right? I don't know if that makes sense.
It does. It's a very unfortunate scoldier's bridle that they tie onto the genders of platform creators, because I don't choose to look at creators based on their gender for what they do for content. I look at their content of character, because when you look at the content of character, it makes it very obvious who's here to actually be a creator and who is here to make the easy money, because it is capitalistically to their benefit to do so. If you look at it like it is a job description, the egos, their job is to try to find the loopholes to create the drama to make the money. Because the ultimate problem at the end of the day is that Twitch runs itself on an attention economy for as long as it does not have an actual discoverability system. Because I'm so sorry, the advice of telling people that you need to constantly spam short-form content in order to popularize themselves, that is going to be what grinds people to a halt. Every single time I listen to people like Devin Nash explain this, even now that he's not with his group anymore from Novo, it has been the case ever since he was the head of it for a lot of those people who are managed by this platform, because he was the part of the group that manages people like Pokimane and Valkyrie and blah, 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 blah. He has always made it clear that the problem is an integrity issue, because it's the same reason why there is an issue with botting, both view botting and stream botting, both hostility for other people to ruin them, and for yourself to promote yourself. Because the fake it till you make it perspective is half of the issue. It's like, well, I wouldn't say half. It's more like 1/4. 1/4 is people trying to fake it till they make it. So they use the bots to replace an actual audience. And nobody respects it, which is the respect issue, where people just decide to cheat the system because, well, if I don't do this, I'm actively punishing myself. If I do this, yes, I'm illegitimate, but only for a while. I'll find an audience out of the thousands of millions of broadcasters that are streaming to 0 viewers.
Yeah.
Then
I've known
you
so
have
many. Oh, man, it's so sad. Sorry, go ahead.
it's no problem. Then you have the integrity problem, which this is the sculptor bridle that they put on the women. We are in a business that is one part master of ceremonies and one part live reality show. Every single second that there is a camera on a woman, there are 3 questions that are going to go through the minds of a viewer that is going to see her for the first time, and they're going to do it because it is the most normal human thing to do. 1, does she have an OnlyFans? 2, is it easy to find? 3, is she doing some type of system that the current ethos do? Like, what is her name? Morgue Pie. Literally featured on Brazzers. Are they actively participating in this behavior while on the platform, and are they gaming the system because it works to their benefit to do so? It is unfortunate that this is a factor of influencer marketing, because it is quite literally one of the cheat codes to get that immediate audience. You get eyes on you immediately, you get money immediately. Because the curve for male and female content creators, the men can start from rock bottom from nothing. And by naturally being themselves, they go on a parabolic scope. Maybe it goes a lot faster exponentially. Maybe they have a much longer curve, like creators like myself. But people will hear about them, people will discover them, they will eventually have something. Because at the end of the day, unless they specifically choose to go the queer Marxist route, and they choose to be a femboy for attention and for clout, Fenster, or they choose to go the integrity route and they're just themselves, even though they might be a kooky character like fucking XQC, for whatever goes through Felix's mind that makes him act the way that he does. Which, so glad he finally came to the side of understanding why reacting harder is important. Thanks, Hassan. You, even in the case of Hassan Piker, will have people that will find a reason to like them. Even though in Hassan's case, it's because he's a dude, bro. He always has been. He's just created his content for people to accept him as a leftist. And because he has money, and because the people in his audience that are younger, that are women, find him attractive, and he actively asks for them to send him nudes, he uses this as a part of that lever. And the women are a part of the popularity. Because they're also the ones that are on Reddit the most, promoting his content, putting the drama cycle in there, because it gives them content to watch, even if it's passive. Even if it's just, yeah, I like him for his takes, and yes, he is handsome, but that's not the reason I like it. You are part of the Hassan industrial complex. Same thing applies and ripples across everything, from the lowest guy to the funniest person on Twitter. The women go like this. There is a wall physically holding back the women, and it's because of the fact that you don't know if that woman is truly honest. I mentioned Katerina because she and her involvement with Call Me Carson and all of the other 6 guys that she was sleeping with, which then led to some of the greatest music ever made in the history of Twitch for the 7th time, is a open case study of exactly the kind of social climbing that Twitch has become known for.
But now, I can't even blame women for social climbing by sleeping with people, right? Like, again, it's something that I wouldn't do, but like holy moly, the fact that that so many women are held back, and the only way that they can network with people is to sleep with them seems like a really sick kind of reality we live in, right? Like I don't know.
It's not sleeping with them, going to their parties and having to seem like they're a fun person to be around.
Yeah, and it feels fucking sick. I don't know. Like, it just fucking sucks. And like, I don't know. Sorry, I don't mean to derail, but I just wanted to really quickly say, somebody super chatted, new media's biggest failure. Thank you, Lost Coyote of MA. New media's biggest failure was trying to compete with legacy media rather than doing its own thing. Thank you so much.
Yes.
But I do have to say, like, you know, it just like some guys will get really mad at women for engaging in that kind of social climbing. And again, it's not something that I do or I've ever done. But can I really blame women when that is like dudes can show up, be friends with each other, be bros with each other, and shake hands, and as long as they get along, they can like socially climb that way. But the only way a woman can do that is sleeping with people. Like, you know, like it feels bad. But I
Yes,
don't know.
because it's bad because the problem is a self-perceived, self-fulfilling prophecy that now
Uh,
can never be fixed until you clean out the C-suite of Twitch. You
yeah.
have to remove every single person who's in a position of power, and probably some of the employees too, by the look of those slacks that we got from Dan. You have to clean out every single part of the company, and you
Yeah.
have to put it onto Amazon that if you do not fix this problem, because the bots are going to fuck them in the first place. The bots are
Mhm.
going to end up making this happen way longer before the terrorism. The terrorism is also an addendum problem, as well as people literally doing stochastic terrorism and harassment through platforms while siphoning views from content creators. Um, you have this problem where you have a locked-in perception of what Twitch is. And certainly, yes, in the past, Twitch was gaming all the time, and you still had culture that had IRL, but it was still centered, excuse me, it was still centered around gaming culture. Ever since the inclusion of IRL, you have, and every other hobby, you have a subgroup for subgroups. So you're never going to have a holistic view of gaming. And the problem that this creates is that the idea of somebody like, say, StarCraft Livy, who is a Grand Master Champion,
Mhm.
possibly seeing her go live on her stream, and she ends up getting into a StarCraft match with Winter StarCraft, and now you're dual streaming both their views to watch his Protoss and her Zerg go up against them. You don't usually get that view because most of the time it's not the kind of esport professional scene. It's going to be the more casual scene. You're going to have people like, say, back. I don't even know if you played League to know this, but back when
I
Scooch
don't
and his
know any of the.
girlfriend. Okay,
Sorry, go ahead.
back when Scooch, who was like a gold level player in League, was
Uh-huh.
in his relationship with his girlfriend, Rebecca, who goes online as Serenade. They were like one of the it couples on the internet. They were the ones that originated the meme of, ah yes, me, my girlfriend, and her 500-pound oversized Pokemon plush. You can find this meme on Know Your Meme if you really looked for it really hard.
Mm.
They were the power couple that was responsible for throwing a fit at Riot Games for creating Seraphine. And her first introduction was basically a character that was doing a girlfriend experience. This rubbed her raw because she basically did OF, and this was the girlfriend experience she sold. It actually made him tilt out because he had to defend his girlfriend from the entire internet making fun of
Mhm.
him. It made her have to tilt out because basically everybody was like, no, bro, this isn't your girlfriend. This is our girlfriend. And
Mhm.
the unfortunate problem of this is that this perspective then gets completely pushed onto all other women because it is
Yeah.
normal for women to want to go live and do makeup. It is normal for women to want to feel cute, attractive, do any kind of beatification that they want to do. Black males, black females, we're no different. We love our beauty sleep. I love my fucking bonnet. I love
Mhm.
my do rag. I love my hair looking good. I love looking
Mhm.
fresh. That's
Mhm.
just a part of the culture, just as much as it is a part of the gender. And the unfortunate problem here is that the dude bro culture and the assumptions about the culture and whether or not this person plays ball, whether they're willing to adapt, this is what holds the women back.
Mhm.
Um, the VTubers are able to get over this by the nature of not being on camera with their physical bodies. The
Mhm.
lewd tubers who specifically choose to use their VTube bodies as a go-between for this, they're a part of this problem because that is also a corruption of the issue. But
Mhm.
it is the case that for all the people like yourself that do it the right way, the perception of people having done it the wrong way and always benefiting off of it has locked in this perspective that we cannot get over unless this person steps outside of the Twitch ecosystem because it's just a Twitch thing. On YouTube,
Yeah, it
this
is
doesn't
just
happen.
a you're right, it is a Twitch thing. There are some people on YouTube who do it, but like they're kind of sequestered off into their own
Mm-hmm.
space. And I don't
Mm-hmm.
and the thing is with at least with YouTube, the people who do that kind of thing, like because the audience is sequestered into that space, it doesn't affect like the audience of every other female YouTuber as badly as it did on Twitch, right? And I
Yes.
don't want to say that I'm doing it right and other people are doing it wrong. You know, I think they're being smart, honestly. But at the same time, like it did affect, like, you know, I remember initially when I first started streaming on Twitch, like, it was so toxic, and they have that even if like, my entire time online, I've never done OnlyFans, I've never done, like, explicit e-girl stuff, you know?
Hmm.
Uh, you still get people who are coming in being super gross, who also are judging you based and comparing you to like every OnlyFans girl or every content creator who has an OnlyFans, and it's a very uncomfortable experience. And then if you're like not a conventionally attractive person, it can be like a very just a very weird feeling, you know, just very weird.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like there is this
Because knowing
filter where. Go ahead.
people just like have their eyes glued to you and they're like evaluating you that way, right? Like they're not evaluating the
Hmm.
words coming out of your mouth, you know? So,
Hmm.
yeah.
It's really aggressive because I'm not going to say
Mhm.
that there is a beautiful feature, that there's a beautiful people feature or a beautiful people perspective, but it is the case that people that are attractive are just going to be naturally seen
Mhm.
as more right, more just, more
Mhm.
appealing.
Yeah, yeah, of
And
course,
it
yeah.
helps. It definitely helps because the opposite can definitely happen too.
Mhm.
Corpse Husband is a good example of here you have people who are falling over their knees for this online creator, and then when he does a face reveal, it's like, ugh, get this man away from me. He's not the handsome hunk that I thought I would have in my dreams with my dark triad traits. This is
Mhm.
not the man from my AO3 novels. And it's like, so you were only interested in him for his voice and not his personality? Damn, I wonder how he must feel when he goes to sleep at night.
Yeah.
No different than people looking at me and trying to call me various forms of monkey until I call myself a quadrilla. That is a monster and Path of Exile too.
Okay.
But it's like create an insult for a person, attack the person, then every single time they have a reaction, look at every micro adjustment on their face and see if you can attack them
Oh
with the
man, I
same.
hate
And
that
keep
shit.
hammering them, and
Yeah.
keep hammering them, and keep hammering them, and then say, "Oh, see, he's
Yeah.
just getting angrier. Look at how they react." And it's like, if I say the slurs that are in my head, the roast is going to get me banned for a month. You
Yeah.
can't do it. You can't uncork. Because while that would be more real, that's not what we're supposed to do as creators, but that's what some people look for. And a lot of that, because the guys get it and the girls get it, but the girls get it way worse than the guys. That is the thing that is causing it. It is the ghost of the fucking Xbox Live lobby, where you heckle the woman and see if she knows ball. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, something that we haven't accepted, especially in broadcasting, is that actually this wasn't a rule. This was never a rule. It was never something that was supposed to be a part of the space of, oh, people are gonna haze you, but you gotta know you gotta roll the button. No, actually. This was something people did just to fuck with you. And then if they
Yeah.
thought that you didn't react well, oh, we'll see this person. We can't invite this person to the group. Look at how they reacted when I just called them a fucking ugly, fucking sewer creature. I said that they were the sister of fucking Anna Kasparian if she was a Nazi wife. I said that
Yeah.
she was like Brittany Venti. And she's crying? Oh my god, look at her. Same
Yeah.
thing for the guys. Same thing for the guys, but worse. Because it's like guys don't get it as bad as women in general, but when a guy is the target of a popular person doing this, because I
Yeah.
was harassed by Natalie Casanova, the zombie unicorn, myself,
Okay.
Plain Rock, Siren Cove, and like a couple of handful of creators that didn't really have a platform to speak of, as well as the Bang Dancers and the Bang Ambassador. From what fucking year was that? Was that Expo? Was it 2016, 2014? It was the Bang Dancers, and it was Natalie getting angry that they were having shuffle dancers and that there were male booth babes that were running the floor while the shuffle dancers were doing their physical exercise that they were contracted to do as they were hired for the event, where she basically tried to kill booth babes. And I guess she was also successful. And this was
Mm.
the same year that she was getting blasted over her Bully Hunters hoax. People like me were getting shit pushed because it's literally who, known female, simp audience attacks literally who.
Mhm.
Who the fuck
Mhm.
is that guy? Why should his voice even be
Mhm.
heard? Look at him.
Mhm.
Look at his face. Who is he? Like, I can pull up the fucking thread from Keemstar, who came to my rescue because he specifically hated Natalie,
Yeah.
and was able to give me access to the platform to then be heard. Someone popular had to give me the opportunity to speak on a platform so he could elevate it and be like, this woman is a fucking liar. She's not angry because I'm supposedly an anti-simp or a simp that broke containment. She's angry that I can see what she's doing and she
Yeah.
doesn't like it. The same way that she fucking went off on Plain Rock when he went up to her at the event and said, let me get a this is what it's all about. People push the button with them, and this happens often. Lord Pokemon's probably going to do it this month alone if she hasn't done it already. And they antagonize you, they attack you, and then they let the internet tear you apart. Twitter, do your thing. TikTok, do your thing, I guess now. And the problem is that you don't see it as often because when people are on their Twitch, they're completely broken off from the world. Nothing exists outside of it. But you can see them doing it on Twitter. You can see them doing it on subreddits. You can see them doing it in their discords if you have to survey their discords. You can see them doing it in social conversations online and in private conversations as well. Doors getting shut to you because this high school mentality of G checking people, we call it gang checking. G checking people like, hey yo, you gotta check in with me. I don't know you here. You don't know anybody here. You need to come through me in order to be through this. That kind of nature, both through online gaming and then social interactions, especially IRL Twitch events, is the barrier that stops people from meeting people. Because you're already unsure where to go and who to hang out with. And
Yeah.
when you're a newer, smaller person, your natural inclination is that you want to hang out and get to know people, especially as a personality.
Yeah.
And when you are smaller, especially when you are coming up in your, like, I would say sub 1,000 views, when you can start like slowly building up an audience and a repertoire of actual content for people to consume and watch. Videos, live streams, video essays, animation products, what have you. When you are at that level, there is a two-part system that causes this. There's you making your content and people deciding whether or not they think you're a shithead or not, and then just completely closing you out for political reasons. This is what happens with subreddits, deciding that a person does deserve to be popular, and thus they create hate reddits dedicated to you if they don't like you enough. Any known figure attacking you for whatever reason, and or a creator seeing you as a potential threat when you grow larger and more relevant because they see a spark of potential in you, and it's like, I need to crush this before it ever develops against me as a weapon formed against me. And then the second factor is the closing of the door with people deciding that you are not cool enough to hang out in this space with these groups of people for whatever purpose possible. It is the case sometimes, you could have said that back in the past, those panel shows were basically the screening process that allowed this to happen. Since then, you would then decide, I like the vibe of this person, I'm going to then call them to come do this other thing. Because that kind of collaboration is where you can end up seeing a bunch of people pop up everywhere. Because smaller people have no problem showing up. Bigger people, certainly there's a business obligation where it's like, I can't show up to this event because I gotta go do another thing that I'm obligated to. Or I need to go edit this thing that's a part of my content because this is how I actually make my money, not the public appearance. You could probably say this is what Dev does on a regular with all the people that he does this with. Even though there is a group chat that is inside of Discords like his where they all talk to each other, but it's a paid level tier. I think his is that you have to pay like $100 to him over either in one lump sum or over the time that you've been in his audience to get access to this unless you're already known to him as a personal friend. And they all talk collectively in a circle like that. All Discords are like that. They've always been like that. You've always had enclaves and communes to themselves. But the open nature of the internet allowed for it to be an osmosis barrier where culture permeated, even if you did not include yourself in that culture. So even if a person never interacted with Twitch idpol, they knew about Hippy Dippy Championship.
Yeah.
And usually it is because of drama. Even if they didn't know about the Hippy Dippy Championship and specifically the people who are on it, they saw those content creators because they were probably being covered in drama by influencers in the commentary community. And those commentary community people, being the bigger channels that are discussing the issues, that is then the jumping in point where people then hear about information and news. So now what has happened here is that it's flipped. Now you hear about endless drama, but it's not actually important for you to know. It's not cultural stuff. It's slop. It is slop.
It is
slop to entertain you.
It's slop, yeah. Yeah, I'm
So you never-
hoping, I don't know,
Go
I
ahead.
just feel like I feel like we need to carve out a new space kind of. At
Yes.
least with like the YouTube sphere. I just feel like, and I felt this way a year, 2 years ago. It felt like the old Twitch poll space kind of died and it turned into just kind of like a very like snarking anti-fan kind of space.
Yes.
And it just felt yeah, and then I was just trying to kind of like move past that, and I know a couple of friends have successfully done that. But I don't know. I think we just need to carve our own space out, you know? Like BreadTube did it, and now like all the right-wing spaces have their own thing that, you know, usually on Twitter though, really more on Twitter. But
Yes.
yeah, but they're all like, I don't know. I think we just need to kind of we need to bring back that kind of like community kind of feel. And I think also it would be good to kind of like, I don't know, it would be good if all of us could through that, making this like kind of community feel again, start carving out smaller spaces out of that, you know? Um,
Yeah.
yeah. But
It's
maybe we need
Go ahead.
another panel show again, you know? Maybe that's what needs to happen. But I feel like Wick has one, right? Um, I don't
I
know.
would def-
So,
I would definitely say that creation of new content that then creates a new platform and thus a new space is definitely the start. But what will really jumpstart the process is when the smaller communities, like say your server, my server, people interact in it and actually get to know each other cross
mhm,
community. So
mhm,
let's say you have a person who's from my audience and they hear us and see us talking here today. And then they say, "Oh wow, Stardust sounds like a cool person. I wonder what the people in her server are like." And then I
mhm.
don't know if well, actually, I entered into your server today, so I
Oh,
don't know if
okay.
that's because it's open to the public
It
or if
is.
it's
It's open to the
specifically
public.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's say you have a server like mine and yours that are open to the public, and our servers are 18 plus. Because I don't think, even though I did start my channel when I was a adolescent, I grew into my adulthood status because I had to basically find out what I wanted to do with myself for content because it was basically a vlogging channel that was just dedicated to my political and and scholastic accolades until I decided to go in the direction I did. You have these two communities that cross over with each other like this, and you have them interacting with the content. Now you have two people that will follow you and follow me, interacting and cross-pollinating content with each other. Whenever I do something, you'll hear about it if I go live, if it happens to be particularly interesting, or in general, should the
Hmm.
alerts actually function. And then same thing with yours. Then let's say you
Hmm.
have somebody who also has relation to me that knows of me because of Dev being a personal friend of mine. And from Devon, they go to DevCord and they bring that content that I did with you here today to them. Then
Hmm.
that creates a piqued interest where they're like, "Oh, interesting, cool. Star's not a shithead." The same way that the leftists would be like, "These two shitheads are talking to each other. They're
Hmm.
going on the burn list.
Hmm.
Yes, we're going to ruin them." They start having that overlap, and then you start building this thing in the air. There's this movie. I don't know if you may have seen it. It's called Branded. It's like a film that takes place in Russia and uses American knockoff Russian products to tell a story about a man who's basically given the divine gift to see the pulpa of brands and how they manifest and how people access them. Basically, you're giving birth to this idea of what the space can be and what it can be shaped into from all the people who get it added onto it. Like a metaphysical spirit ball. You take some pieces of me, you take some pieces of you, you take some pieces of Dev, you take some pieces of people like maybe Arch Warhammer and Lum Lum, you take some pieces of the unhinged Fox Girls of Twitch, which is basically Pippa Pipkin, even though she's a bunny, Kirsch Festal, who is a type of fox, and then Smugalana, who's like an ice sprite firefox. Then you take the opinions of people like Mama Oka, who happens to be one of the transgenders that actually is based. You take some of the examples of the right-leaning VTubers like
Hmm.
Leaflet, who debated Naira VT. Don't know if you know who that person is. Oh God, they are odious.
Hmm.
Um, you take some examples of all these different figures, maybe Memphis Wave, maybe Sitch and Adam, maybe Anakin Sparian, maybe
Oh,
I'm
we
not
got a
thinking of it.
racist in the chat. Okay, IDF kills children says, "Hello, Lakshmi, looking so super." Okay, anything? I'm just waiting for you to have your punchline here. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
They're calling you Lakshmi, the demon from Shin Megami Tensei.
Well, I mean,
That's a goddess, bro. You're calling her a goddess. You know that, right? What a
well,
weird
I don't.
insult.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh,
Well, I mean, it is
yeah.
a little bit sacrilegious to Hindu people, but yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I apologize.
No,
I
no, you're
blame things
fine.
to my
I
family
look,
for
I'm
this.
not offended. So, you know, I'm not offended, but yeah.
But yeah,
Some
you take
Hindu
some.
people might be, but yeah, I'm not. I'm not Hindu,
I'm,
so
I'm gonna ask about that after I'm done with my thought. But
yeah.
you take some pieces of all these people. I remember who I was trying to think of.
Yeah.
what is his goddamn name? Actual Justice Warrior. He says his name all the goddamn time.
Mm-hmm.
Forgetting. But Actual Justice Warrior, Memphis Wave, the Honey Badgers, both Allison Tiemann, Hannah Wallen, Mike Christensen, Dr. Ramiracam, all of the people who basically made YouTube into what it is by being the beginning point of what was basically the reply guys to the bedroom feminists. You could probably throw in Lacey Green there too. You could probably throw in people like Some Ordinary Gamers before he became what he was, and also maybe the dating what was her name? Lacey Green era of Bernie Bro, committed for life, Chris Ray Gun, when he actually believed in his musicals and didn't
Mm-hmm.
become a political cuck so that he could make it to the big time. And definitely a time before the Act Man was a content creator. You bring in all of these different influences and all these different people and the entertainment of the resources, and you end up building a space. You do it through the content, and you actually do it through hanging out with these people and actually playing video games online. Because really, what
Mm-hmm.
you need, unfortunately, the dumb autists were correct about this. You need people playing games together. Honestly, truthfully,
Mm-hmm.
that's really
Or
that's really
collaborating
the
in some
crux.
sort of way. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you need them playing games and collaborating and talking to each other in order for
Yeah.
this to even begin. Because planning the thing is not the problem. It is actually like the trepidation and fear of, I don't know if this is going to go well. I don't know
Yeah.
if I'm going to come off well. I don't know if they're going to like me. I don't know if their audience is going to like me. A lot of the fear goes away once you just do the thing. You just do the thing. And then the
Yeah.
fear goes away because it's like, okay, I know this person. I know them well enough that I can trust them to be honest with me when they talk
Mm-hmm.
to me. And then from there, you basically are using social proof as the trust value, where it's like, I've never heard of this single player Carl, but he knows this person, this person, this person, this person, this person on a first name basis, and they all hang out with each other, so I might as well check out their content too. And that
Mm-hmm.
was literally what built the older influencer marketer generation when they were the first ones on the net. What happened is that they decided to pull the ladder up behind themselves and only interacted and engaged in that way. And the only time somebody entered in outside of that was if they themselves basically grew in that presence or if they were grown in that space. Like people like Vanilla Mace, like the come up of one Baby No Money, who just decided to inject himself into the id poll of the who's who of LSF and became a Hassanite overnight, like with all of them,
Mm-hmm.
making music with them, inviting OTK but censoring out Asmongold, so you know he's not for Asmongold, actively antagonizing both Asmongold and Ethan Klein on a podcast by name, and effectively showing up inside of Hassan's mansion and streaming with him. This was how they built the new generation versus the old generation. Meanwhile, all of those people that were a part of the old YouTube, if they didn't outright quit, they basically went underground. All of those people are now on TikTok, making their
Mm-hmm.
content in that cycle. And while they did have control of Jack Dorsey Internet, especially during the time when we didn't have the servers in America as we do now, after the supposed TikTok ban, where they transferred the servers from China to, I think it was Dakota, one of the Dakotas. You had these people growing their audience in a place where they could go without scrutiny, and it was basically like the equivalent of Tumblr. They
Mm-hmm.
built sub communities interacting with each other to basically gatekeep information. And whenever you wanted to learn about something that was happening, you either had to study all the TikToks, like you're going through a CSI feed to connect the dots of the conversation about one particular topic. And you had to follow it based on the headlines. And you could see it based on who had the information and who made the call first, based who's waiting on the information on
Mm-hmm.
whatever. And then the sub communities with all the hobbies, like, say,
Mm-hmm.
King
Yeah.
Lion in comics, or maybe
Yeah.
Flats Overwatch or Going Post State with
Yeah.
people like Marvel Rivals and
Uh-huh.
Overwatch and stuff. Or technically, since this is apparently what they're doing, Harry Sasson and apparently are relevant, going on to TikTok and doing TikTok debates with
Mm-hmm.
people frequently.
I need to
Whatever,
figure out how to do that. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
no problem. Whatever mechanism it was that people did to create the content, basically in this new system to try and monetize the platform. 1 second, I'm getting a phone call. Whenever they were dealing with whenever they were dealing with this system, I'm sorry, I'm waiting for her to pick up the phone in the other room.
All good. All
Um,
good.
she made me put the phone base on my desk, and it's not that far away from my microphone. When they made this move to try and get into this new era of the first early adopter of the tech scene, to basically recreate what the first early adopters on YouTube did and on what Twitch did. They ended up creating this new Wild West where this was the way in which you get things. But at the same time, this came with everything else. This came with OnlyFans. This came with drama baiting. This
And it came
with
with like,
music
yeah, the
stealing.
typical click stuff too, right? Yeah.
Yes. So it all metastasized into this cancerous blob that this is now what we have to do. You have to navigate this field because of that push. We could have avoided it if it had been done properly. Because certainly you can make an argument that using something like TikTok would then make the ability for somebody to ingrain themselves into the social media feeds of short form content creation to be a way to popularize themselves. But unfortunately, as we've seen with the case of people like Pirate Software, Jason Thor Hall and people like them, they can span those clips out like nothing. They
Yeah.
have employees.
Yeah.
They have employees technically who, like yourself with Loanerbox, that they pay them to send out those clips, and it's easy to produce them.
Well, I do the clips for Loanerbox for free, but because I believe in his content. But yeah, but yeah,
Dude, I have my own that do that too. But
yeah.
it's the case that where we have people that do we have any clippers in chat that do it for fun? They do it as a business economy. Even Hassan does it as a business economy.
Yeah, no, there's
And
a whole ecosystem. Yeah, there's a whole ecosystem.
so yeah, and so when you have that problem there, all of those problems all compound on top of each other. The AI problem making it harder for accounts to actually hit the algorithm, people that are monetizing the algorithm to go viral with the worst behavior, the feedback loop of the monetization of the platforms, where you have people who are being paid to do negative engagement, like Ian Miles
Yeah.
Strong.
Yeah.
Or they're baiting engagement by basically cycling posts and stealing posts from other
Or
people.
like all of the anti-Indian Twitter influencers now. Yeah.
Or that. Maybe it'll change to attacking Somalis and attacking people from Minnesota. Who knows?
Who knows? I mean, it did briefly, but then it went back. So yeah.
All of these things all compound on top of each other, and it is a combination of a social problem and a tech problem. And the only way to move through it is the old school methods. You have to do it through grassroots methods. If you try to outsource it to some type of technology or to some type of platform, it is never going to work because there's too many of us now. It's not a problem of necessarily creators existing. It's consistent creators creating consistently and actively appearing when you're looking for them. Because there are plenty of people that are dynasties that produce slop endlessly. You can't really blame the commentary community. They're not really doing the slop because some of them actually have to do research.
Yeah.
I know I have to do research. I know you probably do research as well.
Yeah.
Nicholas Diorio, for his credit, even though people hate him because they just hate that he's so prevalent, he does research of his own and he finds a way to make it energetic. While he technically does the same thing that almost all of us do, because we're all some version of Asmongold but X. I'm Asmongold but black. I guess you're Asmongold but Indian and female.
Oh no, I'm not Asmongold, please. I don't want to be Asmongold, okay? But yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean in the reactions, in the reaction content sets.
Sure, maybe.
And all of us are reacting harder. We're not just lazily watching clips and siphoning views and being like, ha ha ha, that's so funny. We actually have something to say about it because we know some detail that we can actually elucidate on our audience. We actually did research so we can let them in on that are like, this is what you might have heard from people like Chug Logic. Because in the example of, say, especially what I brought up on the debate with Pirate Software, I can promise you 99% of the internet only knows Moldovi's victory. I can promise you 99.5% of the internet only knows the Rochin clips. They don't know about the behavior of how the OnlyFans 2 event was put together by Soda Poppins. I doubt they even know who Soda Poppins is. I doubt that they know that
I don't know any of these things at all, to be honest with you. So yeah.
Yeah. So they don't understand how that entire event happened. But I can promise you they know the drama of what happened with him. I can promise you they know the drama of how he besmirched Stop Killing Games and Ross of the Accursed Farms. I can promise you that everybody going back through his content found the same pattern of behavior and found the clips and the VODs that he tried to delete that were preserved by people like me and people like you that wanted to see this be covered. I know Girl with the Microphone is a good example of somebody who did that preservation. I know Nicholas Diorio is a person who did a good example of that documentation. Hell, half of that being covered by people when it comes up, if it's interesting enough, by even he who must not be named, Mr. Medicare, who scares these people because that is actual grassroots power. Somebody from the older days of the Google Hangout who made his bones by being basically an internet troll who became a person that was considered the gold standard of what an influencer and a creator should be Not because he had trolls remorse, like many people on the left did, and some people on the right, depending on how they felt about it, but because this is how the internet was.
Yeah.
They were a natural denizen of the internet, and they earned their spot to be here. So you want to be like them, and you want their audience, but you can't take it from them because you're not Medicare. So you have to get your own.
Mhm.
It is the case
Well,
that people. Go ahead.
yeah. Sorry, I think I need to start wrapping up soon because we're
Okay,
at like
no problem, no problem.
6:30. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, no problem,
Go
no problem,
ahead.
no problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, it is the case that is what really causes it. However, that's the end of my statement. I need
That's
to know
it?
about vaccine. Yeah, like the internet is fucked. You need people to actually work together and get to know each
Yeah.
other and actually hang out and do shit in order to fix it. All of the problems that are the metastasization of it, the only way to do it is to be grassroots. You have to start, and like this is a good start to it. But I really want to know about the election thing. Can you explain that to me?
The what thing?
The word the guy called you. I don't understand how that's the
Oh
how that's
no,
an
it's
insult.
it's not necessarily an insult. It's just somebody using like a Hindu goddess to say my name. You know, they came in with a username that's obviously very inflammatory. IDF kills children, and then they're calling me, you know. So it's just like you know,
Okay.
it's like when somebody calls me Mindy Kaling, you know. So yeah. Yeah. It's like it's bored, you know. I'm not offended at it at all, really, but it's just like, okay, I'm waiting for them to have a punchline. So, but I think I took
I
the wind out of their wings, so they haven't come up with a punchline yet. So, yeah.
Man, I remember when stuff like that used to happen to me. They stopped after the first time that I started roasting them just based on what I discovered. Because as an ex-Fed, it's like, do you really want me to get interested into looking into your background? Because I can do it like
Yeah.
that. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm not going to do anything with it. But you know, I find it really interesting that you were here at fucking 5:51. What were you doing at Jeremiah's Golden Scoop, bro?
Mhm.
You needed that chocolate chocolate, didn't you?
Yeah.
It gets lethal. It gets lethal. But I get it. I get it. Everybody gets
Yeah.
it. Everybody's gotta like
I
deal
mean,
with
it's
it.
not even
And
the worst, not even the worst I've seen, really. That's why I'm just like, I'm waiting for like the worst thing that you're gonna say, but they didn't, so you know, whatever.
what is the worst that you've had said? Just
I
off the
don't.
top of your head.
Let me see. I made a whole compilation of things for something that I was working on. Uh. I mean, it's not even like the beginning, right? Like, but you know, I've been on the You know what? When I first when I first started streaming, probably one of the scarier things I saw was somebody stream sniping me. And then they were typing in my chat that they were gonna. Let me see if I can find it. It's they were typing that was so I'll say I've been probably the combination of me being and new to streaming, right? Here it is. This foreigner is a liar, lying scum, go back to India. Dumbass, go home, not welcome in my country. I will find you, I kill you, I will kill you, bitch. Torture you, I will torture you, whore. Your little Indian screams, it will be hilarious. And then I looked at their thing and they were like live watching me and I was like, bro. So probably that when I first started streaming, just because I was like, I didn't know how to react to that and I wasn't expecting that. But I mean, I don't know. I'm very desensitized to a lot of the comments that I get. So you know, yeah, let me see here. Very desensitized. So like I'll have friends who'll be like, "Oh my god, what the fuck?" Like but for me it's just like it's like there's a low hum of it all the time. Let me see here. I mean, there's obviously people you are a brownoid and have third world features. Shit-colored skin people are failed science experiments will face reimmigration soon. Street shitter, maybe focus on spreading awareness of importance of toilets.
No, that's just bottom wrong. Come on, they can try harder.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not really, I'm just so desensitized to it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can get that. Like,
Yeah.
I I know that there's this idea that for African Americans we're supposed to react to when people call us the hard R. But the thing is that having worked in government and seen the kind of things that people will call a government worker, a service worker,
Mhm.
it's like I could not care less because I've also worked in actual retail and customer service. So I've dealt
Yeah.
with service work, I've dealt with government work, I've dealt with
Yeah.
the public, and I've dealt with the public when they're hungry. I feel like if out of all four of those, the worst I ever actually got was people when they're hungry. Because the
People,
uniform,
yeah.
yeah, like the uniform, and especially if they make you wear a fucking hat that
Yeah.
ruins your hair, like my beautiful, beautiful afro, and this goddamn thing giving me this goddamn dent in
Yeah.
the middle of my head. Um, when you're in that uniform and it's you and you're between them and their fucking nuggies, that's probably when I've gotten the worst shit. I've learned to just dodge plates like I'm
Yeah.
perfected instinct Goku.
Yeah.
Like I think
Yeah.
the worst was specifically when I worked for Waffle House, because
Yeah.
I was in fact the
Waffle
person
House.
that's
Yeah.
yeah, I was the person that was dodging plates and was the only male on the floor with a group full
Oh
of women
boy.
that was outworking the women. Just simply because somebody calls me a slur, I think of a funny comeback on the spot. I don't know. Maybe it's the exaggerated swagger of a black male, but it just rolls off the tongue. But it's a racial feature. It's a racial trait. Not everybody can do it, but it is something you can
Well,
learn if you do it enough.
yeah. I think for some of us like in front facing roles, like you kind of have to learn to kind of just like let it go. Otherwise you're never going to be able to do these kinds of things. But I don't
Yeah,
think that that should be the norm, right? And I don't think
it
it's
isn't.
necessarily yeah, but I don't think it's like it is on online though, right? Like there is a low hum of like just stuff you have to deal with. I don't think it should be that way for other people or for people anybody who goes on Twitter, right? Like there's a serious issue with Twitter right now. I shouldn't be hearing about this from from like family members or seeing like videos of little kids crying over like the racial abuse that they're experiencing at their schools, like there is a serious problem there. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with people who do react strongly to like being inundated with like hundreds of insults focused on their identity, right? That like the humans are not built to deal with that. So,
Mhm.
so like while I have become very desensitized to it, is it a good thing? I don't know. Probably not. So
I
yeah.
think I think with the advent of what happened to Kirk and his family, and the fact that it then was followed up by what it was followed up with, um, Kirk, then Irina Zarutska, and now the issue with both people trying to attack Indians because I guess they just thought they were easy licks. Oh wait, no. I remember. It was because of someone Arena Gamer. This was a sin that was put onto you by Mutahar. That's
It's
why.
not.
That's
No,
right.
it's not Mutahar. It was happening way before Mutahar. It was
I
happening
think
way before Mutahar.
I
I'm
know
sorry.
I know that
Mutahar
the
has
jokes
nothing to do with it.
like
It has
I
to
know
do
the
with the
jokes happened
H1B
before him.
stuff. Yeah, no, it has to do
Wait,
with the
no, you're right. You're
H1B
right.
stuff.
You're right.
Yeah,
You're right. It was
nothing to do with
Ramaswamy. You're
Mutahar.
right.
Mutahar is fine. Like he had nothing to do with the racial hatred. If anything, he was in the same boat as me, and he got it much worse than I did. So I don't want to even.
Yeah.
I don't want to bring him into this. He's not responsible for any of it. He was probably one of these people who was a lightning rod for it, and he left Twitter for a good reason because of that, and
Mhm.
everybody made fun of him, but nobody knows what that's like. Humans aren't built to deal with that. There's not anything more honorable about being able to deal with it and deciding that it's not for you, not dealing with it, So
Mhm.
so like I don't blame him. It's all the H1B stuff and people sounding the alarms and saying that Indians are like low IQ, but they're stealing all our jobs that are
Mhm.
that require master's degrees. So
Mhm.
I don't know. It's a
Yeah.
lot of great replacement stuff as well. There's a lot of great replacement conspiracy around that, and they think that the Indians are like engineered by the Jewish people to like come and replace everybody or whatever. I don't know. So
You
yeah.
code maxing. But yeah, on to speak to what you said, I think the nature of it being that we've all become desensitized is actually a step in the wrong direction. I was actually
Hmm.
talking about this before I did a Yappin, which is my Sunday call-in show that I do from my server for my audience for anybody who wants to take the challenge to come into the call and speak about whatever it is that's on their mind.
Hmm.
I was speaking to Bass FCZ, who does culture commentary, usually from the black and male perspective, especially around things like, say, the
Hmm.
Red Pill and social topics like this. And he and I were having a conversation with other people hearing us, where we discussed that, especially with his view about June Shuanhead, that he felt that one of the things that was an eye-opening moment for a lot of people was to really notice how this kind of rhetoric metastasized into an actual problem for commentators, because if they're willing to attack somebody and hurt someone and then murder someone, like Kirk, for what they say, there's really no telling what people are going to be willing to do at all. Because the last time that we technically ever saw this kind of thing happen, and I don't mean like something happened and an altercation was stopped by a bodyguard. I mean the last time that we saw a type of influencer or a type of public figure get assassinated just for existing and being a person that people liked was, I believe, Christina Grimm. To have that go from distant memory to someone's dead on campus, mic in their hand, answering a question, and the person that does it has the audacity to put "ooh woo, what's this" memes and the input combo for a 50 kg bomb for Helldivers on the bullet kind of harkens back to the Christchurch shooting, or the, I forget what mosque it was, the one that was tied to sub to PewDiePie one. I think that is Christchurch, but
It
that
is
kind of
Christchurch,
attack that
yeah.
was on, yeah,
Yeah.
that was happening to the mosque. It harkens back to that, where that was explicitly, I'm going to do this to get attention. What's the most popular thing happening? Oh, there's this war between PewDiePie and T-Series. I'm going to inject this here, and that just immediately knocks the culture sideways because none of us know how to react to that. And it's nobody's fault that it happened. He didn't ask for that to happen. He didn't ask for that attention, but it was put on him. And it's like, oh, shit. Because it's worse than his N1 moment, which happened out of rage, and it was gamer rage, not antagonistic hateful rage, something that you'd expect from somebody like Bake Alaska, or something like from the biggest podcast in the universe, from Buster Baxter, as Eric July called him, and his fat Italian stand-in for his fucking lackey. But it was this level of accelerationism that it got so bad so quick that some people were like, "Oh shit! It actually is at the point where it's possibly a race war. Actually, somebody might take me out because I told a joke that they didn't like, and they might have somebody who lives near where I live, and they might actually do it." I already had people try to do this to me, so it's like, it's whatever. But that's not something you're mentally prepared to handle. You don't go into creation and then you think, I need to get somebody to work security for my small 20-person meet and greet because someone
Yeah.
might shank me with a knife.
Yeah.
You're not in that mental state where it's like, when I go to this event, DragonCon, TwitchCon, AWA, Gen Con, whatever convention you can think of, that I need to have a bodyguard so that
Yeah.
I don't get my drink spiked, I don't get followed to my hotel room, I don't get antagonized while I'm on the convention floor, that somebody doesn't try to do something uncouth to me, that somebody doesn't try to photobomb me, that somebody doesn't try to nuisance string snipe me, or whatever. That's something that you don't want to have to think about. And certainly you wouldn't want to go through the worst that I think any smaller content creator went through, which is what I did, which is we have people who ingrain themselves in your audience to try and audience capture you, and they use your insecurities against you. That's probably the worst one, because then it's like, I've been creating for people who hate who I am inherently, but I feel like if I don't do this thing, that it might be the case that I will never be able to reach this level of popularity, which is itself a lie that you tell yourself, because they do it when you're new so that you don't have the antibodies to defend yourself against it. Everybody has to build them up some way, but some people get it worse than others. People like to claim that it's the blacks, but I think it's other minorities. I think it's probably your minority.
No, I don't know about that, but I think I don't even want to do that. Like, who gets it the worst, right? Like,
it's not about a social cycle, but it's like the levels at which it comes from, the severity of how it comes at you determines how you end up growing your defense against it, which also can sometimes explain why people would put themselves in a fortress arc where it's like, I don't want to interact with any person who's going to be negative like that with me. But then it means you then you end up having a policy of no outward engagement, only when you reach out to other people. And it's already hard if it's male to female or female to male, for the obvious reasons of like someone creeps in your DMs, and now you're having a moment where you're
well,
like,
I mean, it's even like if you're a female and you interact with any male content creator, then it's like people start rumors and all of that. So, or people will just say weird shit, But yeah,
no one's prepared for this, and it's something you have to grow into. And some people were lucky, and they got in before the racial component became a part of it. It honestly,
I think it was always part of it. So it feels
It
like it was
was.
always a part of it.
Like it was, but it's definitely gotten a lot crueler, a lot faster within the last 4
Yeah,
years.
no, it
Definitely.
has. At least in the past 2 years, I've noticed some crazy inflation in some of the really hateful rhetoric. But I think I got to get going now
Yeah.
because I told my chat I would start doing some
Mhm.
research on one of my video essays, and then I have to I have to end up doing some editing later tonight as well. Sorry, just a second.
Take your time.
Um,
All day.
so it was good talking to you though, and it was really interesting to hear your perspective um on like the whole creator space and like collaboration and stuff like that.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm more than happy to talk about whatever you want to talk about whenever you want to do it.
Okay, yeah. Cool, same thing. Yeah, well, it was great meeting you and talking to you. Have a good one.
Mhm.
Oh,
That's
wait,
nice.
wait. Let me link your your YouTube channel just a second. Chat.
Okay.
This is Single Player Carl. Go check out Single Player Carl, okay? And he's very cool. Okay, he's very down to earth. He's also a friend of Dev's, Short Fat Otaku. Okay, so
Mhm.
go check him out. All right. Well, it was fun talking to you, Carl. I'll see you
Mhm.
later. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You get down to
Bye.
business, and I'll
You
see you
too.
later. Goodbye.
See ya. Cool stuff, guys. All right, how's it going, everybody? That was an interesting conversation. Keldosh, thank you for becoming a member, by the way, of the stream. I don't know if Keldosh is still here, but thank you, Keldosh. And Keldosh, yeah, there's a whole bunch of weird. No, a friend of Dev. I don't know who Dean V is. Dev is Short Fat Otaku. Anyways. So yeah, I was gonna do some research for one of my video essays. Hello, anarchist. How's it going? I was gonna do some research in like one of my video essays that I'm working on right now is like, you know, partly about like, okay, why does everybody hate Indian people right now on social media? Why is it fun, you know, for everybody to beat up on Indian people? So I was gonna do some research on that. You know what? This person seems like a anti-Semite and a racist, so I'm just going to ban them. Let me see. Let's see here. Hide user. Yes, good job. All right. Cool stuff. Oh, you got autocorrected? Okay, no problem. Oh my goodness. Apparently there's some drama with the commentary community right now where Aiden is out with the rest of the. I mean, do we even call them like? I don't even consider them commentary. They're like sewer commentary. Apparently Aiden got into some trouble.
You're talking about other people.
There's an insane drama going on in the anti-fan space. Harry backstabbed Aiden. Where do I even find out what exactly happened there? And do I really want to know what happened there? Like, I don't like any of those people, honestly.
The context of it, like, you know, because he was playing coy. He was like, "Oh, well, how do you know that I'm?"
Well, yeah, but I mean, it doesn't
and
have
then
to
like
be
the
that.
whole deal.
He's not that
Tyrone, you
bad.
need
He's
to-
not that
For a malicious reason, because Lai won't talk to me. So
Well,
that's for the greater good. I don't know what the fuck that conversation with Dickers was the other night. That's for the great.
I think we've kind of gone over.
How did your time with Aiden go? Like at the end of the trip.
Go to Dicker Stream, then go to when Aiden calls in. Oh man. Or actually wait. I don't know if I really want to. I will get you a timestamp. Isn't it the typical small commentary spurg out? Well, Aiden's like not. Aiden's kind of like bigger than everybody there, isn't he? He's got like a larger channel. So yeah, I'm gonna be streaming every Monday, guys. I can't tell you what exactly these streams are going to look like when I'm finished refining what I'm doing, but I will be streaming every Monday. And today I figured I could do some research on that topic specifically. why people just seem to hate Indian people so much. I think it would make for a good video essay. And also, I think I have a unique perspective on it. As somebody who, you know, has received their fair share of, you know, targeted insults, right? So, someone remind me why I should hate Dickers. YouTube has been pushing him to me. I mean, I don't think there's a reason to hate him. I personally just think he's a dick, but I think everybody in that space is a dick. So, and you know, I really even blame people like for being dicks when like other people made that the culture, right? Like I don't want to engage in all of that, I guess, you know. But yeah, just everybody in that space is kind of a dick, and I'm just like not really into all of that. I thought about looking at this
The
because
context,
I saw that Beck had spoken it, and I was like, oh, I wonder what he said in it.
there's
But
like a
then
bunch of just like fucking rumors. That's not going to benefit anyone.
let me see.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
it's obviously malicious in nature, whether the information's true or not. And I mean, he's doing this whole thing right now where it's like, oh, debate me on if I dox them. I don't like. He replied to me, debate me, call on the stream. I don't remember doxing anyone. That's a new point. It's like, okay, buddy, I watched
Yeah.
your Dickers debate, bro. I'm not
Yeah,
debating
it's
you.
I don't understand. Like debate broing your way out of this is an interesting choice
see.
because it's
Um,
like, you know,
Yeah, I
yeah,
stopped debating about doxing after fucking Savoy pancakes, bro. That was like honestly the whole culture war about doxing is we kind of lost that one. Like every other community besides this one just openly doxes and no one gives a
Create
fuck.
new
So it's like a moot point to fucking
Twitter
debate about it, I
space.
guess. I don't know. Like you either think it's wrong or you don't. And
I
I
think
get
you know, I think that if it was, I said this last night, Just Oak, like if Liar's information was private, but Liar's doxed people and Aiden released that, I think people wouldn't care that much. It'd be like, well, it's a shitty thing to do, but Liar's doxed people or whatever. But again, it's not just even a content creator, it's his wife.
just
Like,
like
I think even in other communities, when you start doing this to people's family members, people are gonna be pissed at you over it.
I'm not
Understandably.
going to
Because
Perry's
it's,
channel. I'm
you know, it's
sorry. I'm just not going to. Here's proof I don't hate at least one Indian. Well, thank you for the $5, J Desi 4. Stardust is bad at this. Someone else. Okay, look, I just think he's a fucking prick. That's all. I think he's a dickhead. But there's no reason why you should hate him. I mean, at least if there is, I don't know about it. So that's my opinion. Go to Perry's latest VOD. The timestamp is 20800. Purple Perry Gaming is the name of the channel. Why would I go to Purple Perry Gaming? That guy is an absolute psycho. Like, why would I look at anything that guy puts out? Hello? Do you remember the last time I was on his show or whatever? What a, like, vitriolic... I've got no, like, there is no love lost for me on any of these people. Let them cannibalize each other. I don't care, you know?
It's a mutual assured thing. It's like, well, what if he gets pissed off at somebody
Oh, okay,
else?
sorry. No, it's okay. You
Start
didn't
releasing
know.
information about, I don't know, my fucking nephew or something to pressure me into a conversation.
yeah, I mean
in a
it's
general sense, you know.
it's weird. It's really, really. I mean, well, it's not weird. It's malicious. It's fucking.
Yeah.
It's
With
fucked
the
up.
on the like, I think like the idea that he needs to recuse himself from covering Lio Convoy. Again, Just Oak mentioned last night when talking to me like the harmful opinions things with Munahar. Like he got some information wrong. He was like, I'm clearly too. He like
I don't
released a
know all
video
these
and said I'm
people.
clearly
You're
too
probably
emotionally
better for
invested
it.
in this.
Mhm.
I'm gonna just stop covering it. I think that might be a good step forward. Because again, if you can't, if this subject is making Aiden go fucking crazy, where he'll release information like this, I mean, for much as for his own good as much as anything else, but also he's obviously completely biased. I think he released you know, he made a statement in Icy about how Lio Convoy
So this
encouraged.
all has to do with art commentary community drama. So from what I recall, okay, if you guys remember, I had an interview with Lio Convoy a long time ago, and where I absolutely BTFO'd him. After that, you know, people were still kind of coming for Lyo's head. I kind of was done with it. I said my piece. I said what I wanted to. And I haven't really been interested in covering anything regarding him since then. But apparently Aiden kind of came late to the art commentary community drama. And he really desperately wanted to talk to Lyo Convoy after everybody's already had their thing out with him. And because Lyo refused to talk to him, he decided to dox Lyo's wife, which is unhinged psychotic behavior. I guess everybody like eviscerated him for it, for doxing Lyo Convoy's wife, which rightfully so, you know? Aiden hit on someone in his audience and she was like, bro, knock it off. And now he's spiraling. Oh boy. Oh boy. Why? Why?
Minor to create CSAM, which is just not true.
Mhm.
And I know it's like, quote unquote, a private Discord chat. It's not, it's a public thing. But it's like, well, you're clearly not going to give sort of balanced coverage to this, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's I've watched very, very few Aiden streams in my life, and the one I did tune into like midway through, it was just him like saying just
All I know is J-Stock and Queeman are room temperature IQ charisma vacuums. No clue on the others. Generally the same, except for Beckett and maybe Gilded. Trying to think. I mean, I don't know. Salvo was a pretty charismatic guy as well,
like saying
actually.
his fucking name and address and shit. And apparently he's all public with that. It's
I mean,
just,
no, that's all public. That's all fine, so-
it's just funny. Like he's been on this shit for a while. Does anyone know why he's so into it? The most compelling thing I've seen is that it's for Goat Kato, but it's been like months. Has he been
months.
has he
It's
been
been
in love
longer
with
than
Goat Kato for fucking months?
I mean,
don't
the
know
Go
if that's
Kato
true.
stuff's like fairly new. I mean, Lyo's like an easy person to cover in a lot of respects. There's a lot of content there. He is a complete fucking retard. So, and he used to be like way more fucking crazy. So some of the old stuff is like pretty insane.
Mhm.
What's your take on Aiden? I mean, I used to like Aiden, but then he started like messing around with that crowd, and I don't really like that crowd. I just don't, you know? I mean, the amount of like vitriol that has been directed at me from that space, like I'm not gonna hang around it. And then when every time I go into some of these people's chats, like it's just like absolute like some of the nastiest shit possible. Like, yeah, I'm just not interested in engaging with you, you know? I'm not interested in engage. If that's acceptable to you for people to treat me this way, then I'm probably not gonna engage with you either, you know? So, yeah. That's my thing. I've started to hold a standard for people. If it's okay, if it is acceptable for people to, every time when I show up in a chat, to say something that is very targeted about my identity or something that I can't change about myself, like, I think that I no longer respect your opinion. So, you know, I no longer respect your opinion. I have no idea what's even going on. I'm so out of the drama loop. Apparently Aiden doxed the wife of Lyo Convoy, and now everybody is excommunicating him, even though, you know, never mind. I'm not going to say anything. It's just some baloney, you know? It's just performative. It really is. Isn't Aiden Israeli? You would think he would be more tolerant to others. No, he's very tolerant. I don't think he's a racist guy. I don't think he's you know, anything like that. I think that just like, I'm not gonna hang out. I'm not gonna like watch your streams if like your chat is cool with like being horrible, you know, to me. So, yeah. This is Tipster, by the way, in case that wasn't obvious. Oh, I know it's you. So yeah, I'm like, I'm not going to, you know. Your accent is really good. Do you like curry? What do you think, Big D 2222? What do you think? Okay, well, it's the same person, obviously, right? But I mean, I don't know. It's just so strange. This James Fishback guy is like. Like this anti-Indian hatred has become so normalized. This James Fishback, a guy who's literally running to succeed Ron DeSantis as the next governor of Florida. This guy is just being blatantly racist. Like, you are running for office, sir. You are running for office, and you are just saying some of the most blatantly racist things I've ever seen. Harry leaked that Aiden was rejected by an e-girl on New Year's Eve. I mean, rough. That's rough for you, dude. God. The rest of us don't crash out when, you know, things don't work out. But, man. Fishback, that sure is a waspy name. Let me see if I can find it. I have like a whole bunch of bookmarks for this. Because, yeah, the next video essays, I have a couple that I'm working on. Man, and now I really have to go. I'll watch the VOD later. Okay, so, yeah. Like, you don't? Becky's calling you a liar for that convo with Lio on Dickers. What convo? I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see here. I don't think that's true that Becky is calling me a liar. Don't think that's true. Right. So I had a whole bunch of stuff bookmarked of like just like how insane some of this like stuff is. Vivek built him, James betrayed him, and Florida should pay attention. Politics rewards ambition. Let me pull it up here. I'm going to close this. The debate you had, it's really bad. Oh, if it was really bad, then it wouldn't be one of my most viewed videos, right? So, let's see here. I need to upload it onto my live channel because I'm switching the channel uses. Barabas, thank you so much for becoming a sponsor. Anyways. Vivek built him and James betrayed him and Florida should pay attention. This is interesting. Let me look through the rest of my... I've got like a whole bunch of stuff here. Wait, actually, let me real quick. No, I don't mean you did bad. I'm sorry. I mean how he's portraying it. I'm sorry. I'm so confused, Puddle Sucker. I have no idea what's going on. You're fine. I just don't know what you're saying. Okay. There's that. I just want to pull up some of the crazy stuff I've been seeing on social media. The problem is I'm one of these bookmarkers. I bookmark everything. You, a loner box girl, I need obsidian or I don't trust what you say. Hey, I have been a content creator for a pretty long time before I even was in the loner box space, okay? I know what I do my own thing, okay? Hi, Chris, how's it going? Bookmarks are for amateurs. Look, I just, because Twitter is one of these prime spaces where everybody is like engaging in this. I just have been bookmarking it, you know, so. Are you covering the Aiden drama? Probably not. I thought about it and then I was like, nah. Sorry. Um Fall in line, Obsidian Master Race. Wait, no, I didn't mean it like that. I'm not even newbie. I don't know. I used Obsidian for a while, but I actually didn't like it. If I'm going to use something, it has to like, I just don't like it. No offense to you, but if we entered everyone still on Twitter in a cave where they had to form their own little chud society, the world would instantly improve 1,000-fold. I agree with you. I agree with you. Here it is. If they don't rein this shit in, they are going to lose. And people don't realize, like, people don't realize that this stuff is going to bite them, that they just keep accepting this, you know? Even fucking Andrew Tate, when he comes out in defense of Indian people, is like being explicitly racist, you know? The Republicans, or just really any online influencer who keeps engaging in this, like, yeah, it's just not. It's going to come. It's going to bite them. It's going to bite them. It is. Have come back from the kitchen. Welcome back. I'm just pulling all of this stuff up. Like, I don't even. I just don't know how to. I don't know how to do it. And then there are all these like these content creators on Twitter now who are just making money off of being hateful to Indian people. There's like a whole ecosystem of it, a whole like anti-Indian, let's make money off of it, farming hate ecosystem. And like, what's the worst is whenever I see like a progressive engaging in it, or a progressive doing it because they like have the they're opportunistically doing it, you know? You're turning 20 in 2 months. Congratulations. The dumbest form of racism, the dumbest form of socialism, that was written by Richard Hanania, which I'm happy that he's saying something, you know, but... Old Clandis is about to lose a bunch of money or go to jail in France. Yeah, that's gonna be something. I don't know. For some reason, I'm like thinking like, oh man. I don't know. If she wins, then that's gonna be so bad, you know? It's gonna be so bad. Okay, I think I've got a decent amount of stuff here. Thanks, Andrew Tate. I'll just show you guys. Like, it's just insane. I don't know if it's botted or what. But we can look into some, what I really want to look into today is I want to look into some of the memes, like the Indian themed memes that we've seen kind of blow up on social media over the years, and see what their origins are. I think that would be a good stream for us today. So, let me pull this up. Sorry, bear with me because it's been a while since I've streamed again, so I don't have everything pulled up immediately. It wouldn't shock me if half the anti-Indian aggregator accounts were run by broke dudes in India trying to make a quick buck off of side cuck retards on the other side of the globe. I mean, when people got mad about Indians being behind some of these like Western civilization accounts, I thought it was hilarious, really. I mean, you know, you see this with every migrant group that starts coming over. Somebody asked what's the cause of it. It's a little bit of like, okay, it's a new culture. We don't know like what they believe in or what their culture believes in. And some of it, you know, some of it's xenophobia and anyways. Of course, I immediately get added. Let's see. What are your thoughts on the monks walking for peace? I don't know anything about that. Oh man, when everybody was going on about Izat or whatever, or is it? It's just straight up, it's just honor culture. Like, I don't know why people are sounding the alarms on that. Just honor culture. It's not anything different from any other culture. W Stardust, what did I do this time? That Lele Star person is actually obsessed with me. They're actually obsessed with me. It's actually insane. Maybe I should just pull it up since they already added me or whatever. Let me see here. Yeah, let me just pull it up. You know what? Balls to the wall. Let's do it. So I guess Queeman decided to cover me or whatever already. Like, what did I do? Did I say anything? Am I really that interesting that I did not see you go live on Kick, only YouTube. So I tried to go live on Kick. I don't know what's going on with my OBS. It's just not working. Okay, I tried to go live on Twitter as well. It's just not working. I just don't understand it. Okay, L Stardust. What? L Stardust for what? Okay. So this, like, apparently Queeman already fucking covered me, which is like, how many minutes did I spend on that shit? What, 5-10 minutes? Okay. So then the Lele Star, whoever this person is, I can't stand this bitch. By the way, Stop leeching the content, you stupid pig. I don't really like that crowd. Star dirt every time something happens in the community. What does this critique especially is the same critique of you guys. You don't like me, but you fucking focus your eye on me every time I do something. Like, I'm sorry. Maybe follow some of your own advice, okay? Maybe if you don't like me that much, buddy, don't watch me. I don't, you know. By the way, this guy, I don't know what his issue is, but he's got some serious issues. He's got some serious issues. Saudi Arabia. Okay. There was a screenshot I took of something that they tweeted. Anyways, oh, what is this? Don't mess with us, Stardust fans. We take the most obvious baits ever. What? What is it? This, I don't know who this person is. Insidious Gambling Gorilla. They're not even a fan of mine. They're just... You're obsessed with me. Holy shit, move on. You're really going to milk this to the end, are you? We understand the numbers are low and DGG pandering is an easy engagement farm, but I assure you no one is expecting a response. Oh, don't worry. You'll get a response. Don't worry. What is this? What? I like this. Good one, Kraut. Okay. Anyways. Right. So, like, this is one of these people who just, like, makes money off of, like, hating Indian people on Twitter. Let's see. Like, all they do is, they tweet about Vivek Ramaswamy. They really hate Vivek Ramaswamy. I don't even like Vivek Ramaswamy. But, I don't know. This person is just obsessed with them. I think they got called out for being, like, blatantly racist, so they've kind of toned it down. Matt Forney is another one. The average IQ of Somalians is 68, and they were able to steal tens of billions in fraud schemes. How much do you think the slightly higher IQ third world scammers from India have stolen? Hint, it's in the trillions. That's what we know of. Yeah, if you, like, they always also cite India's average IQ is, like, 70-something. Like, yeah, I agree with this blue and red person. If one truly believes this, then what does it say about the IQ of those who got scammed? I mean, it's kind of true. Indians make up just 1.5% of the U.S. population, but pay 6% of all U.S. income taxes. We also take the least amount of welfare out of all the demographics, yet we're somehow like freeloaders, and taking people's jobs and all of that. If you scroll down far enough on a JD Vance post about Usha Vance, deport. Pusha must be deported back to India. I mean, it's not even that far, actually. Deport her. Gross. Fuck Usha, deport her too. Happy birthday, Usha. May her shit smell like roses for when you clean it up, JD. replace the woman in the photo with Erica Kirk. It's nice that there are some people who are saying happy birthday, but Vance is awesome. He was a great VP pick. He's got negative charisma. What are you talking about? How much anti-Indian sentiment is a result of the confronting the telephone scammers YouTube channels? I actually don't think that much, you know? I don't think that much. Oh, here's one. Andrew Tate, he baited us all thinking that he was gonna say something positive. Listen to this.
Everyone makes fun of Indians. Everyone clowns on him. Oh, you're Indian. Yeah, he's Indian, but he has kids. You don't. You're a 28-year-old white male making fun of an Indian. Indian has babies. You ain't got shit. You got a dog and a 401k and an entitled bitch girlfriend who takes selfies all day. You think you're fucking beating the Indian? That motherfucker earns $2 a week, lives on fucking food poisoning curry, constantly shitting himself, hasn't had a bath since 2023, and he's still fucking. You can't even get a kid out of some entitled fucking princess bitch constantly putting up fucking selfies of her face spending your money. And you think the Indians the clown? You white people are clowns. White people are fucking clowns. Everyone makes fun of Indians.
It's like, okay, he had us in the first half. He had us in the first half. He really had us in the first half. But what can you do? Oh yeah, we love this. This is that Fishback guy.
There is a fork in the road. I told that to Vivek and he said, what's a fork? But look.
Is this like a joke about us eating with our hands? I mean, Americans do as well, but okay.
It's weird. We're all wearing shoes. It's weird. We do that in our country. Exactly. We wear shoes. It would be weird if I showed up not wearing shoes, right? There is a fork.
I don't even understand this. I just don't understand. Like, okay. These angry bros tell me Indian Americans are immoral people who've only secured an illusory success in the corporate world and have done so through underhanded tactics like the Italian mob. They could make billions shorting Alphabet and Microsoft, wonder why they don't. Everyone hires them because they are bad at their jobs. Everyone hires them because they're cheaper and the cost of hiring incompetent people aren't borne for years, and most CTOs don't care by then. I don't know if that's true. Indians control most Fortune 500 companies and are also totally incompetent is a hell of a take. It sounds surprising to people, but it's 100% an accurate take. Neon White Cat is another one of these people who's making so much money on Twitter just hating on Indian people. I'm like, bro, what is going on? Under CEO Satya Nadella, since 2014, Microsoft stock has seen explosive growth, rising nearly 1,000% and making it one of the world's most valuable companies, driven by cloud, Azure, and AI leadership, with its market cap exceeding $3 trillion, reaching all-time highs recently, and making significant acquisitions like LinkedIn, GitHub, and Activision Blizzard. A $10,000 investment when Nadella started would be worth over $100,000 today. And then there's also Sundar Pichai became the CEO of Alphabet in December 2019, and the company's stock has seen significant appreciation since, fueled by strong earnings, major AI investments, and a stock split. Alphabet stock experienced its best year since 2009 recently and reached a $3 trillion market capitalization in late 2025. A $10,000 investment in late 2015 when he became Google CEO would have been worth approximately $67,000 by September 2025. So, I mean, it's not like these people are like, they're not, certainly not incompetent. You know, these are people coming from ITT. ITT is one of the top tech schools in India, and they are the people who put out people like Sundar Pichai, you know? So it's just insane to me. There was even like stats showing, okay, Indian Americans make the most money out of all the demographics in the United States. It's also the same in Germany apparently. So, you know, I don't know. A 6-7. The second statement is very true. People take the cheapest route and don't give a shit about the future. Some people do, but they're not doing that with Indian CEOs. You know, that like these CEOs literally come from one of the top schools in India that puts out like straight up like geniuses. You know, they literally, if they graduate from that school, they're a genius. They're like 1 in a million or a billion, really. You know, the CEO is one of the most important roles in the company, if not the most important. So, you know, they're not just throwing anybody in there. It really depends on like where I post. I'll even still get a bunch of stuff. So like, for example, RFH posted, "There's nothing recognizably human about JD Vance." As a joke, because she's said this before, I said, "His mother did not orgasm, therefore he was not ensouled." Scroll down, and then you've got, "Shut up, Pooh Dust, you're an Indian, therefore you're not ensouled." Check out the Junos on this poop Jita. You retards vote for, okay. RFH lost custody of her son, and you're a dollar store Usha. I've never once met an ensouled brown-eyed, black-haired shitskin. So it's just like, yeah, no, Twitter is like wild. Twitter is wild these days. Let's see, what else? I mean, we can just scroll through some of the stuff I got from that back and forth with Lily Gaddis, right? Like that was just insane as well. Now there's like India's also in the news because I guess something is happening in Maharashtra. I don't know. Oh, this one. This is a good tweet. Why is Wall Street Mav posting this? Like, what's the point of this? You just take a picture of like a bunch of Indian people on a plane and you're tweeting out, "Imagine the smell on that plane." Was the 4.5K likes really worth it, bro? Did you, you know, was it really worth it? By the way, thank you, Barabas, for the membership. Very much appreciated. Was it really worth it? 4.5K likes on this? I don't think you got that much money off of this. Somebody said doctors and engineers, and he replied fake degrees. Okay. I don't know. These people, I don't think they realize it's going to come back and bite them. Like, you've got one of the biggest potential markets in the world that haven't even, like, half of their population still hasn't even gotten internet access yet. Like, English is one of the national languages. Like, this is going to come back to bite you.
Live in a country and share it with 200 million Indians. Nobody wants to live in a country and share it with 200 million Indians. No one wants to live in the United States if we have to share it with millions upon millions upon millions of people from third world shitholes. They don't even share our alphabet. They don't even come from a Christian country. We have nothing in common with them. Their food smells like shit. They have different customs. Nobody wants that. Black people don't want it. White people don't want it. Even many of the assimilated immigrants that have been here for 100 or 200 years, they don't want it. I'm one of them. We don't want that. I and everybody else whose ancestors were here before 1965, we want to live in a country that resembles the 40s. That would be ideal. We want to live in a country maybe even that
40s?
resembles the 60s or the 70s or the 80s or the 90s.
We're not even, the 40s, you're not even in. Okay.
But it started getting a little bit
I fucking don't want to live in the 40s. I would like to live today. Thank you very
bad
much.
after
but
that.
okay.
And it's getting a lot worse all the time. Every time you go to Target, every time you go to the mall, every time you're at an airport or theme park, every time you're anywhere that is free, any free recreational activity in public in any major city or on a holiday, it's getting worse because of these people. And it's not a pathology.
The racial ratio is talking. I know, but like, what do you think is going to happen? Like they've done studies on like diversity in companies. Like we know that it's generally good, beneficial for those companies as long as they're hiring for merit, right? A more diverse company is probably going to do better. You've got more perspectives. Like the economic growth and I don't know, the economic accomplishments of the United States. Like what where do you think, you know, we get all this we didn't get to where we are in the world without immigration, immigrants, diversity. I'm sorry, we just didn't, you know. I mean, everything comes together, right? Everything contributes. So, just going through the rest of my bookmarks here. I mean, these people can't even leave Vivek Ramaswamy's kid out of it, you know? Like, look at this. Just look at this. Vivek bragging about how his scamming kid snuck away to take another cookie. Proud father moment. The kid figured out a way to loot more at 4 years old. Raising another member of the Ramaswamy crime family, it seems. And again, he can't even take a normal photo. Like, bro, it's a child. It's a 4-year-old. What 4-year-old do you know that hasn't snuck another cookie or taken another cupcake? Didn't that one little kid go viral because everybody thought he was super cute because he ate another cupcake and his mom was saying, you're not supposed to eat another cupcake? And he was saying, listen, Linda. Listen, Linda. Listen. Like, that literally, that went viral. Oh yeah, he's just a kid. Out of 5.8 million salaried employed people in Ohio, only 7,000 hold H-1B visas. It's interesting. Oh yeah, another great person to look at. If you just want to scroll and see like how nasty it is for some of these people. I stole a toothbrush with my brother when I was like 4 or 5. I don't know how I didn't notice till we were home. That's interesting. Congressman Shri Thanadar. You should be like, you don't even have to like scroll down too far with this guy. You should be denaturalized and deported. Jesus Christ, dude. Deport. Get the fuck out of my country. Someone should file articles of impeachment against that wig of yours. You look weird, you're not American, and I don't like you. I just tried to pronounce your name out loud, and now my couch is floating. That's kind of a funny racist comment, to be honest. Get out of my country. Oh, my mom. I don't know how my mom didn't notice. You know, kids do their things, you know. No, I appreciate Chris. I appreciate Chris. I'm still not sure that you're a citizen of the United States. You barely speak English. Go back to India. Where are you from again? You're going back, Apu. Get the fuck out of this country, you dirty man. You had time for that, but not time to do something with the dead woodchuck on your head. How's business at your 7-Eleven? And I do think this guy actually makes some banger posts on social media. It's just like performative cruelty, really, you know? Oh yeah, there was this that Matt Forney guy is just insane. Like, I think he even made like a call to violence, you know? And there's even like that guy the other day, I think it was yesterday, this Catholic guy who refused to take Eucharist from like an Indian person because they were Indian. So. Yeah. That Matt Forney guy is insane. Absolutely insane. Okay. Politics rewards ambition, but eventually it exposes character. James Fishback's story is often told as one of independence and conviction. That story is false. The real story is simpler, uglier, and far more instructive. James Fishback is a man who rose because another man lifted him up. And once he no longer needed that lift, he set about cutting the rope. That man was Vivek Ramaswamy. Before Vivek, James Fishback was not a national figure. He was not a movement leader. He was not a thought leader. He was not even particularly notable in finance. He was a mid-level employee at a hedge fund with minimal public profile, no mass following, and no political relevance. Strip away the revisionism and branding, and what remains is a mediocre resume inflated after the fact. The making of James Fishback. When Vivek Ramaswamy launched his presidential campaign, he did something rare in modern politics. He opened the tent. He didn't just speak about debate and free speech, he practiced it, and in doing so, he elevated people who otherwise would have remained invisible. James Fishback was one of them. Vivek brought Fishback onto the campaign trail. He legitimized him by proximity. He amplified his voice, shared his content, praised his efforts publicly, and welcomed him into the inner ecosystem of a national campaign. Fishback gained access to donors, media activists, and political credibility he had not earned on his own. Let's be honest, without Vivek, no one outside a narrow finance circle would know or care who James Fishback was. Vivek didn't have to do this. Fishback was not a star. He was not indispensable. He was a hanger-on who benefited from Vivek's generosity and openness. And for a time, he played the role of loyal ally well. The climb and the knife. The relationship deepened after the election when Vivek was appointed to co-chair the Department of Government Efficiency. Once again, Fishback followed not as a leader, but as an advisor. Once again, he basked and reflected authority. Once again, he praised Vivek publicly while extracting value privately. Fishback attaches himself to power. He absorbs its legitimacy. Then, when ambition demands it, he turns. By the time Fishback launched his gubernatorial race in Florida, I'm sorry if I'm not saying that correctly, the transformation was complete. Positions he once held evaporated. Principles he once endorsed were reversed. Immigration became not a policy question, but a weapon, used selectively, cynically, and personally against the very man who had elevated him. Fishback didn't merely disagree with Vivek, he attacked him, he mocked him, he made fun of his culture, his dining habits, and so much more. He trafficked in insinuation and cheap rhetoric designed to inflame the lowest instincts of a faction he suddenly needed. This wasn't conviction, it was a calculation. Betrayal is the point. The most damning part of the story is not ideological disagreement. Politics is full of that. The damning part is timing. Fishback waited until Vivek was no longer useful to him, until the platform had been extracted, until the attention had been converted into personal ambition. And only then did he turn, not quietly, not respectfully, but loudly and opportunistically. That is not independence. That is betrayal as a business model, and betrayal, once normalized, does not stop with one victim. A warning to Florida. If this is how James Fishback treats the man who gave him relevance, who vouched for him, trusted him, and elevated him, what exactly should Floridians expect? If loyalty is discarded the moment it becomes inconvenient, why would voters believe promises last any longer? If he will turn on a benefactor for power, he will turn on constituents for the same reason. Politics does not corrupt character, it reveals it. James Fishback was not forged by pressure, he was exposed by it. And what stands revealed is a man who climbs by association and discards by necessity. Florida should not confuse aggression with strength or ambition with leadership. Some men rise because they build. Others rise because they burn bridges behind them. James Fishback has made his choice. Now voters must decide whether they want someone who repays loyalty with betrayal to represent them, or someone who understands that character, once broken, does not magically reassemble itself in office. Back when I was dumb enough to entertain Yankee e-kittens, I had a Tamil friend, but now every 6 months I see her Insta in a Hassan event. I'm not racist, Star, but that doesn't help. Well, you know, part of accepting people is just, you know, another person, another human being, is accepting that they're humans. They're not better or worse. They are equally as capable of everything good and everything bad as you are. That's what I would say. I think it would be good for us. So I think there are a couple of things. A lot of people don't understand. A lot of people don't understand where the street shitter thing came from. And it came from a UNICEF campaign. We could take a look at that. Oh man, they made a music video even. Fuck. No wonder it became a meme. Why would you do that? If Florida elects another Republican after all this, they're R-worded. Yeah. Yeah, here it is. We love it. Okay, UNICEF, thank you so much for being the origin of this. Okay. Did you really have to make a fucking song for this? Really? Okay, campaign. Transforming India, the journey from Swachh Bharat to a cleaner tomorrow. Oh, well, it's UNICEF, but... In collaboration with the Indian Institutes of Technology, this campaign catalyzed our fight against open defecation, forming a part of the broader total sanitation campaign initiated by the Indian government in 1999. As recently as 2015, a significant portion of our 568 million strong population had inadequate access to toilets. Fast forward to 2019, and the landscape has shifted dramatically thanks to concerted efforts to reduce the number of people lacking access to toilets by an estimated 450 million. I mean, it is one of these things. This was like a campaign, yeah, in 2013. It's over 10 years later, and it's still something that is used as like a meme, you know? And of course, you know, now it's like India isn't even the leader in open defecation anymore. I think it's some other country. Open defecation by country. There are a couple of countries I think that have overtaken it. Oh yeah, apparently 90% of India now has toilets. But are they well maintained is the question, you know? W meme strat L on the execution. They could, it was not, we did not need you guys to make a song about this. That was wholly unnecessary. They made a song. They made a song. There's an official music video for it. Aw, dude. That they even had a fucking mascot called Mr. Pooh. Bro. I feel like I don't even know what to say about that. It just seems like a really bad idea to make. They could have done this better. They had apparently whole games. They made songs. They had like computer games for it. Educational video games. Man. Where did the Bob's and Vagine thing come from? That's a good question. That's one that I don't know where it came from. You know what's really funny is I went through a lot of like the hate comments I get when I'm getting like swarmed by racists. And I think it's funny that like, okay, I get like 80% of them commenting on me being Indian, and then like 20% of them are like calling me Jewish, which is really funny because I'm not Jewish, but okay. Bob's and Vagina are misspellings of the words boobs and vagina, which are associated with sexually explicit chat messages written in broken English, commonly featured on the subreddit r/Indian people Facebook. Right. Okay. Embrace it. I mean, what are you gonna do? You know, you've got like a huge population of people who are not particularly educated, who aren't familiar with Western social norms, right? But a lot of them know English or know some English. And, you know, what happened is you had a whole bunch of people, a whole bunch of those people getting on Facebook for the first time, you know, quite some time ago, quite some years ago. And yeah, they didn't have, they were not familiar with American or Western culture. And, you know, in Indian culture is their exposure, their exposure to American and Western culture is through Hollywood movies, and all they see in Hollywood movies is like sexy women dressed in ways that Indian women would never dress in their society. So, you know, yeah, there's gonna be, and then also those movies are obviously like hypersexualized as well. That's their only exposure. Not that it makes an excuse for people being weird, right? People are fucking weird. But with free internet, a lot of sexually repressed guys came online and started messaging white women, Russian women, actually any women who they had been told were just waiting for them. I'm looking at Ask India, why this became a meme. And one of them is because of illiterates who suddenly got access to the internet thanks to Geo. I feel like the research for this video is going to be like so heavy, and so there's just so much stuff for me to sort through. I've been trying to sort through it for the past few days. It's just, there's just so much stuff. There's so much history to it, right? Because, like, when you think about it, the internet is pretty old. So, sorting through stuff from, like, 10, 20 years ago is a lot, you know? As someone who's been around a lot of Indians, who comes from an Anglo-Indian background, I've seen people who have adapted, and I have seen others who were horny and stayed horny. It was depressing. This Lele Stars person is still coming at me. I just don't understand, like... Go back to crying about Indian racism on stream. Maybe you'll find a sliver of clout instead of riding the coattails of people way more successful than you. Chat, am I crying? When was I crying about this? I'm just doing research. That's the thing, you can't even acknowledge that there's like a phenomena of something happening. You can't even acknowledge there's an existence of like an influx of like anti-Indian sentiment online without somebody claiming that you're crying about it. As if, like, one, I'm not. Like, I've been swarmed with hundreds of comments, hundreds upon hundreds of comments over the years. And I don't think we've had an issue. But two, like, if another girl were in this position and she was upset by it, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, you know? How do you feel about Chud Logic ramping up anti-Indian jokes in his stream? I haven't paid attention to Chud Logic streams. I didn't know he was doing that. So. Others get it without being told. What do you mean, get what? I mean, you're a woman star. I think we all just assume you're hysterical and crying all the time. It's weird because, like, in comparison, if you compare me to other people in this space, like, even if you compare me to Queeman, like, who's the more emotional one here, you know? Yeah, I've cried on stream, like, once or twice, you know? But I think of people who have, like, lost control out of being so fucking mad. You know, like, I just don't understand how you can come to that conclusion with me, but what can you do? Yeah, maybe it's because I'm a woman. I don't know. But damn. I don't even know what, like, it's not even worth it to reply to this person. Not even worth it to reply to them. Let me see. I think I have something. The amount of messages Indian women in my friend circle have gotten from thirsty Indian guys is shocking. It's not even trying to make conversation. It's just let's bang. The guys are simply worse. If it is a woman, they'll try to get with them. I've seen them backstab their own friends for the possibility of a crumb of kitty. Yeah, that may be true for, like, Indian people, right? I haven't had that experience with, like, Indian Americans, but yeah. But it's, again, it's not necessarily a race thing. It happens to do with a culture, right? You've got, like, a very sexually repressed culture, which India is. They don't even show kissing in most, you know, movies. So yeah, I don't know. Like, that's what you get, an overly patriarchal culture plus a very sexually repressed culture, and yeah, it's kind of what happens. So I feel like I'm not asking a crazy question here, right? Like, I feel like there's a pretty good question to be asked when it like, I'm doing a video essay on this. My question is, why do people hate Indian people? You know? That's my question. I don't think it's a crazy question. I think it's a good question for a video essay. So, yeah. Why do people hate Indian people, and what should we do about it, right? Is that such a bad question to ask for a video essay? I don't think so. It's usually the guys who finally got away from their parents and they're finally free to do whatever, so they go all out, drugs, drinking, etc. Are you talking about, like, people in India, or like Western people of Indian origin? Because I've seen even Western guys act that way, honestly. Okay, so we've got, like, 2013 campaign here. Oh, people who come here to study from India. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So I think it's more Indian men than women, to be honest. The women are usually quiet and hardworking. Yeah, but they're like, the stereotypes on... The stereotypes, that people have about, like, Indian people that they use mostly to disparage them on Twitter, for example, happen to do with, like, H-1B visas, right? Or happen to do with, like, them being unsanitary or whatever, right? When you look at, like, most Indian people in the West, like, that's not going to be the case. or that they're like easy, cheap labor, which is not the case. The people who get H-1B visas are generally people with master's degrees, right? People who are getting paid much, much better salaries than the average person in the population. And we just don't have enough people getting masters in those programs to fill those roles. Because they're associated with overpopulation. Yeah, I know that a lot of it has to do with like the Great Replacement theory as well. Also based on what states in India. H-1B education status. What we know about the U.S. H-1B visa program. Do research. It's shifted a lot in the last 20 years because of companies like Wipro, Infosys, and Tata. Okay. Which are, I know that Tata at least is an Indian company. Okay. The fate of the H-1B program, which offers U.S. employers a way to temporarily hire foreign workers in specialty occupations, has divided influential Republicans. Tech leaders like Elon Musk strongly support the program, while other Republicans question its impact on American workers. President Donald Trump imposed restrictions on the program in his first term, but his current policy agenda on H-1Bs remains under discussion. Meanwhile, bipartisan calls for H-1B reforms advocate for more oversight to protect American workers while addressing skills shortages. The number of H-1B applications approved in recent years has climbed. Nearly 400,000 were approved in fiscal year 2024, most of which were applications to renew employment. Rejection rates of H-1B applications spiked during Trump's first term, but fell under former President Joe Biden. Here's some key facts about H-1B program and its workers. These findings come from government data, some of which we received through a public records request. What is the H-1B visa program? About 400,000 H-1B applications for high-skilled foreign workers were approved in 2024. Majority of approvals each year have been applications to renew employment. In 2024, 65% of approved applications were renewals. The other 35% were new applications for initial employment. H-1B denial rates dropped 2% in 2022, a low since 2009. Denial rates peaked at 15% under the Trump's first administration. India is the top country of birth for H-1B workers. So roughly 3/4 of H-1B workers whose applications were approved in fiscal 2023 were born in India. China's the second most common birthplace. Okay, the share of H-1B workers whose highest degree is a master's increased from 31% in 2000 to 57% in 2021. On the other hand, the share whose highest degree is a bachelor's decreased from 57% to 34%. So, yeah, so it is people who mostly, it looks like mostly master's degrees. 57% have master's, 34% have bachelor's, 7 have doctorate, and 3 have professional. So that's not accurate. The average H-1B has at least a master's, right? 57% is the majority. Computer-related jobs have been the most common occupation for H-1B workers for more than a decade. Since fiscal 2012, about 60% or more of H-1B workers approved each year have held a computer-related job. Sorry. In 2023, the share was 65%, and these workers reported a median annual salary of $123K, $600. Examples of these include jobs in systems analysis and programming, computer systems, technical support, and data communications networks. This is not true, Abe. We don't have enough people who have master's degrees in those specific fields. Like, those fields will sit open. There's a bunch of even research. I remember there are a bunch of research fields in universities that stay open because we can't fill them. India is also one of the least culturally homogenous nations on Earth. Yeah, it's literally, that's why also you'll see, like, people, you know, one of these questions that will come out a lot is with the increase in anti-Indian sentiment online, how come Indian people don't, like, you know, kind of come together and, you know, try to combat it? And that's because there are so many different ethnicities within India and different religions within India, and it's just not comparable to any other group that is discriminated against. But yeah, those there are jobs that sit open constantly at universities, research roles that are filled by H-1Bs if they could get more H-1Bs, but otherwise they don't have people who are qualified to do those research roles. Like, they don't have people who have the qualifications or people who want to do them. How Muslim is India? It's the second largest religion in India. The next largest group for H-1B workers approved in 2023 is architecture, engineering, and surveying. Workers in these jobs reported a median annual salary of $115,000. So yeah, percentage of H-1B workers, so 64.9% in computer related, 9.4% in architecture, 6.2% in education, 5% in administrative specializations, 4.4% in medicine and health, 2.7% in mathematics and physical sciences. Life sciences is 1.9%, managers and officials 1.4%, miscellaneous professional, technical, and managerial is 1.2%, and then social sciences is 0.8%. Amazon has been the employer with the most H-1B workers approved each year since 2020. Amazon received more than 11,000 H-1B approvals in fiscal 2023. This accounts for 3% of all H-1B applications approved that year. Many of the other top employers provide information technology and business services. So none of these are body shops. I'm sorry, that's just incorrect. None of these are body shops, unless we're talking about, like, I'm sure body shops employ other types of immigrants, but H-1B is not what they're employing for the most part. Employers with the most H-1B approvals. So, They're not, if it's a body shop, it's not like a mechanic, dude. It's not a mechanic or a driver. It's somebody who is doing like something much more managerial. Tata Consultancy Services. Tesla Inc. I've worked with dozens of people who are employed by those companies. They suck. But are they H-1Bs specifically? We're talking about the very specific like type of visa. And I'm not saying that they don't suck, you know? But average, you know, the average body is a warm body. Anybody to fill. Oh, you're not talking about like you're not talking about actual body shops. I thought you were talking about body shops where like they're working as mechanics. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay. No, I'm sure it is low for tech. I'm sure it is. And the H-1B system makes the people in the program, people who have the H-1B visas, they suffer because they're waiting for like 2 decades to get a green card while, you know, being unable to put down roots and being unable to like do anything to have like a, you know, permanent roots where they are. And then, you know, I'm sure it also affects other people, right? So. No, when you say body shop, Abe, you can't say body shop, okay? Body shop is like anybody hearing body shop is hearing like a mechanic. Okay. New York far outpaces other metropolitan areas in the number of H-1B applications approved in 2023. I imagine that has to do with what companies are there. College Station, Texas is the metropolitan area with the highest concentration of H-1B approvals. Other areas with high concentrations of H-1B approvals include San Jose, California, and Trenton, New Jersey. That's what I think of too, Ottawa. Yeah, no, anybody hears body shop, they're thinking like, what? They're getting H-1Bs for mechanics? Like, that, yeah, then people are gonna get really fucking mad. You know, like, fuck. Yeah, of course they'd get mad about that. Sorry, that's the common term used within tech companies. Okay, I didn't know that. My apologies. But yeah, I'm sure it's really shitty for, you know, multiple reasons, you know. Interesting. That probably is generating a lot of hate as well, because like there's the sick truck driver where that got into an accident and killed somebody in like Florida or something, and then they were like saying that guy was H-1B, and I'm not sure that he was. So what is this? What the hell? Last year, the paper mill and you had nothing to do with. This person, yeah, this person's crazy. This person usually, this Shades of Blue and Red usually tweets some pretty good stuff. I should follow them. Yeah, it's just like, it's always sounding the alarms, you know? They name an Indian guy and scroll down enough and I'm sure we'll go. We'll get it. I don't know. I remember covering that turnpike in accident. It was someone who got pushed through a driving school to fast-track drivers, and that truck driver didn't care about the family that died because of him. Because of him, I'm sure there's more to that. $1.2 million follower account has to use percentage to scaremonger. Oh no, 4,700% increase in Indians because number of Asians in Aubrey, 7. In 2000, 2020, 290. What the fuck? This is not India, this is Aubrey, Texas. Here, the Indian population has skyrocketed over 4,700% in the last 2 decades. America are looking unrecognizable due to immigration. We are literally losing our country and our cultural identity. And then over 20 years, it's not even counting Indians. Over 20 years, 2000, there were 7 Asians in Aubrey, Texas. In 2020, there were 290. Oh my God. He intentionally disobeyed the training that teaches how to drive and nav and basically forked it hard on the road. Then the family of 3 couldn't brake in time. Yeah, that was really sad when that happened. But I don't know if that guy was like I don't think that guy was an H1B. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think he was. But I mean, they're good and bad people of every race again, right? That is gruesome, single player Carl. I hate to say it, Star, but I've been advocating for less diversity in trucking, doing the job myself because they don't give a fuck. If you can't read or speak English, you have no business doing the job. No, I agree with that. You should have a comprehensive understanding of English if you're going to do that job. I would agree with you on that. But this is like insane. 4,700% increase in Indians over 20 years. And we find out that it's what? At the most 290. That's not counting East Asians versus South Asians. That's funny. But yeah, I would agree with you, Nick. If you can't read or understand English, you probably shouldn't have a job where you're driving like that, right? There's no reason for that. There's no reason for a person to be having that type of job. That's kind of a requirement, you know? Brilliant Live makes up half of his videos against Indians, but he does so by stealing other people's content. Interesting. So yeah, there's just like a whole ecosystem for it. As someone who drove trucks for 8 years, I can say it doesn't matter where the driver is from. There are thousands of schools handing out CDLs to literally anyone. Yeah, no, it should be, obviously, like, it should be rigorous, right? That's an important job. Okay. Sorry, I dipped out for a bit. Has anyone ever mentioned Singham for why India is base? No. I mean, like, look, I just, I'm not saying that I'm better than anybody else or anything like that. Oh, you're talking about this movie. Or that I'm worse than anybody else. I'm just another human being, you know? Full of flaws. And and so are other Indian people or Indian origin people. And you know, that's like the truth of it, right? We're all human beings full of good and full of bad. So there's a lot of nepotism. Maybe, but there's nepotism in everything, right? Like people, you know, employ their family members and all of that, and okay, well, anyways, yeah, I think it's been interesting to kind of like go through that. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to see social media. It's weird to see Twitter the way that it is. And I just think it's weird that there are whole ecosystems now around hating Indian people. But what do I even say to this person? Go back to crying about Indian racism. Like, I don't think I have been unobjective at all while doing this, right? Like, we talked about the UNICEF campaign that was, like, horrible for publicity. We talked about, like, Indian dudes, you know, from villages who have no sense of what, like, social norms are, DMing women on Facebook. Like, I don't know. I think I've been pretty unbiased, at least in that sense. But I don't think it's right that, like, we've got, like, whole ecosystems, people, whole creators just being floated by how much money they can make off of hating people. You know? I don't think that's nice. And then, especially, like, it's one thing, I expect it when I walk onto the internet. I expect that kind of stuff. Like, it's a low hum, whatever, I'm used to it, right? But, I don't like to hear about, like, high schoolers seeing that kind of stuff, you know? Or there was that, little girl who was, like, 5 years old who was crying about her skin color. And, you know, that was a really sad video. And then I looked at, it was posted on Twitter, and of course, I click on the video, and, like, I scroll, and all the comments are saying, oh, how sad, she wouldn't have that issue if she were in India. Oh, she's so sad, she has to go back. Like, bro. Just say the bad ones are Pakistani. I'm not doing that, okay? I'm not for scapegoating any group of people. You know? But yeah, I just don't like that. Like, I think that there should be containment for this stuff. I understand it when I get it. But I don't understand it when I am going to a wedding and I hear high school girls talking about seeing all the anti-Indian hate, you know? Like, I don't think that's right. Does that make sense to you guys? I would type that whole thing out to this person, but it's really just not worth it. Crying about Indian, like, how do you even respond to that? Doing an objective analysis, not crying. Lamau, you guys cry more over my existence than I've cried in my lifetime. uh. W Star, I'm proud of you. I always say the bad ones are Castellan. Okay. Look, I'm not doing that, okay? But yeah, I mean, my content isn't made for you. You don't have to watch my content. It's clearly not, right? My goal demographic was never a bunch of dudes, you know, single dudes in their 20s who are raging out about being virgins, you know? I'm not gonna retweet that. This is pretty funny, though. The fact that almost the entire thought leadership of the modern white supremacy movement is run by non-whites is proof that DEI has succeeded spectacularly. um... I like that there's like now, there's also now like Twitter drama between the horse account and the horse hating account. I am living for this drama. Like I'm actually living for this. I'm on the horse hater side because horses can bite you at any time. They can bite your face off. I don't think that horses are scary. They have human teeth, but they're much bigger than human teeth, you know? They look when they smile, bro. This is why I record calls, by the way, just saying. What is this?
She says that she's not debating. I mean, she's saying it publicly in chat. It's not privately in DMs.
You've great evidence you're working with here, Dick.
Oh, I don't even want to see that, honestly. You can't read their expressions. Yeah, you can't read the expressions of horses. That's also another thing. That's scary. Holy shit, my best buddy has made a few different TTRPGs, and in every one, horses are considered an eldritch abomination that bite and kick the innocent. They do! You can't tell what they're feeling, and then they fucking kill you, you know? Or they make you paralyzed from the neck down. Don't you have parrots? I have little parakeets. Wait, what is going on with this principles before politics? Why are they calling Wick a liar? Sorry, guys. A little bit boring today. Again, it's been a while since I've streamed, so. Horses can destroy your internet reputations too? I think the only, like, even when, Carl was asking me earlier, what's, like, the craziest thing you've gotten? Like, I've gotten a lot of crazy things online. I think the only time I was, like, scared, like, I have been scared a couple of times, but obviously, like, when I first started streaming and I got those messages where it was like, I'm going to kill you and torture you, that was a little bit scary, and then the guy is, like, stream sniping me, yeah, I was a little bit scared by that. But, like, I feel like some of the stuff that I get is so insane, but I'm so desensitized to it, it's, you know, it's wild. Like, I don't think these dudes would be able to handle it, you know? I really don't think they'd be able to handle it. To act like I'm just, like, crying about nothing. It's hundreds of comments, really, you know? And don't get me wrong, sometimes I provoke it, but, I mean, with Lily Gaddis, like, let's remember, this is the woman who did blackface for Halloween, and she wasn't even funny. So then, like, I put this, we've got 295 comments here. I don't think I reacted particularly bad to this. In fact, if anything, I was making fun of some of the comments, you know? Like, but I don't think these dudes would be able to handle this kind of, you know, as much as they, like, try to say that I'm crying about things, I don't think they would be able to handle this. Like, I don't think they would, like, get hundreds upon hundreds of hate comments over a week and go to sleep at night, you know? Like I do, you know? I'll kill you. Okay, bet. Like, yeah, I don't think that they would be able to handle this. Like, I at least was making fun of some of the stuff I was receiving here. And even one of them, they made me into a little mouse and it was kind of cute. Like this one, this is kind of cute. There's another one that was cuter though. Okay, I'm off. Thanks for the stream star. Thank you. Hope you have a great night. This one was kind of funny. But like, I don't know, I feel like I don't feel like I complain that often about this stuff. I just kind of take it as it is. It is what it is, you know? I mean, when there's that one guy, Southern Dingo, and he like spent a week going onto everybody's shows saying like my ancestors were barbarians, they were savages, like all my family are savages or whatever. Like, I was just like pretty nonchalant about it, I feel. I was pretty chill with it. Except when progressives were like kind of defending that kind of action. I don't like hypocrisy, but I think I was pretty chill with that. I don't know. And I don't think any of these people would be able to handle that, you know? For like, as much as people try to come at me and say like, oh, you know, you're crying about this or crying about that, I feel like I don't do a lot, you know, of emotional, I don't have a lot of emotional ups and downs, you know? So, I don't know if that makes sense, but Anyways, I think it should be a pretty good video essay. Sorry, I didn't have much more prepared other than that. I have stuff to write down after everything, though. The Indian dad meme was actually a pretty fire meme. All this horse talk is turning me on. I wouldn't have the patience to deal with internet drama. I'd flip out and insult people in a way that got me canceled immediately, and I deserve it, but not as much as the people I'd insult. Yeah. I mean, whatever, you know? But man, that UNICEF campaign. They had a whole fucking website. Why would they do that? That UNICEF campaign is so bad. No wonder it turned into a meme. Why? I could have told them. Like, bro, this is gonna be something like, why would you make a whole page and then make video games themed about it? And like, oh my god, dude. Why? The UNICEF campaign started the street shitter meme. No, UNICEF, we were going into like where the origins of the street shitter insult came from, and it came from basically the UNICEF campaign about, you know, toilet access and stopping open street defecation, but they had to make a fucking song they made a song for it, and they made like a fucking video game. They made several songs of it, and they made a video game for it, and this was in 2013. I'm like, bro, what is it necessary? Was this really necessary? Anybody could have told you that this was gonna backfire. It's been over 10 years. It was in 2013. It is 2026 now, okay? It has been 13 years. It has been 13 years, and we still can't drop the street shitter meme. Really? Really? Oh my god, dude. My god, I haven't even heard the song, Nick. I haven't even heard the song. I don't want to hear it because I just know I'm just gonna so cringe. So cringe. God, dude. It will never... Dude, I know! Why couldn't have asked anybody about this? There couldn't have been any better way. Maybe don't make a song. Maybe don't make a video game about it. Dude. What's UNICEF? UNICEF is like an organization dedicated to improving like the lives of children around the world. We're never going to escape it. Like, that's forever in our thing. Now it's like people hear the word Indian. People hear the word Indian and they're forever going to like associate us with defecation. Yeah, no, slamming the penis in the car door memes are better. Good. It's like, despite this being a issue in multiple countries, by the way, despite this being an issue in multiple countries, and at this point in time, they have improved, the conditions, but despite this being an issue in multiple countries, everybody's gonna think of the Indian nationality and only think of shit, okay? Why? Why? This, yeah, generational bra moment, yeah, basically. Like, India isn't even in the top 5, I think, now. My goodness. But yeah, it's just insane. It's just insane. You're an Indian, therefore you're not ensouled. I always say there's a certain sect of bleeding heart lefties that make my racist ass blush, Stardust. Yeah, I'm like, bro, what? A racist didn't make this song? UNICEF made this fucking song? The multi-generational violation of the Indian people thanks to UNICEF, basically. Oh my god. I do like, where is it? Oh wait, that's not it. We were looking at Shri Thanadar and the comments that he gets, which are insane. Like when you hear Israeli and hear war crimes, yeah, but at least Israelis aren't like associated with literal excrement, okay? That's, you're Indian, therefore you're not insulted. Like, come on, bro. And it got how many likes? It got 51 likes. Thank you. Thank you. You're Indian, therefore you're not insulted. This one's not even original, and it got 16 likes. Shut up, Poo Dust. 16 likes for that? Really? Come on, man. These people have no creativity. There's no amount of academic achievement or, you know, career achievement that will ever separate us from that UNICEF song now. Uh, 16 likes for Poo Dust. I get more likes on my fake AI band. Fail. Yeah, fail. But the Indian dad memes were always really good. You guys remember the Indian dad memes? I never had an Indian dad, but you know, I got the experience of having one. I mean, I didn't really need an Indian dad. I had an Indian mom. Jay-Z has 99 problems. Your test tomorrow has 120 ghosts. Man. Those were so good. Your blood type is a B positive. Why not A? I love these memes. These memes were pretty good. And I wasn't even mad about the Bob's and Vagine meme either. Those were pretty good. Like the bitch lasagna one was pretty funny. I liked bitch lasagna, you know? My dad's emotion: angry, sad, surprised. When I got married, when I got into medical school, buy one, get one free at Costco. T-Series got cooked, they did. But I like the bitch lasagna stuff, you know? I thought the Indian People Facebook was some of the like, I was a member of r/Indian People Facebooks. I loved that subreddit. That subreddit was so funny to me. Do not redeem memes. Sorry. No, but some of the memes are very funny, you know? I do like those ones were they're harmless, you know? Like harmless memes are fine, you know? Socially awkward, you know, sexually repressed dude from the village who just got onto Facebook and speaking broken English, that's hilarious. But when I'm hearing about, again, I'm going to a wedding and hearing about like high school girls talking about how much they're seeing, I'm like, ooh, you know, I don't really like that. Can you speak Hindi? No, I'm very Americanized. Very, very Americanized. I saw the song, I Can Feel Your Pain. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, I mean, SAR is, you know, I'm not particularly offended by that. It's true. Like hyper, you know, there are a bunch of formalities in the way that some of these guys speak, you know? So. I can't speak Hindi, but I kind of mark out a bit when I hear English in Indian movies. Also one of my favorite memes is like the good morning, for like the Indians saying good morning on WhatsApp. Like, that's one of my favorite ones too. I love that one. Hello, I'm under the water. Please help me. That's also a great meme. That's also a great meme. Like they're just endearing. They're just like, what are you doing? They're endearing, but like, yeah, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different than some of the stuff that I see usually. So, like, I miss when the stuff was like, I miss when the memes were kind of like that, you know? Help, I'm under the water. This one's so real. Okay, this one's pretty funny. Like, some of these were like, oh my god, it's just so accurate. '90s kid. Oh my god. Some of these were so accurate. This one here. It's pretty funny. '90s kid, why not 100s kid? That's a pretty good one too. What in your opinion was the best era of meme tricks? That's just true to I don't know what that means. These were written as yeah, these were basically written by a bunch of Indian kids who had Indian parents. Yes. But it was just such a hit, you know? It was such a hit. I didn't even have a dad growing up, and like these were a hit with me because it was just like that's like the Indian parent. That is the Indian parent. Like that 90s kid, why not 100s? Or Dad, I want to be an actor. And it's like, you're saying the word doctor wrong. Is it another stereotype that Indian parents don't give a fuck about you unless you get a college degree or a peace prize? Basically, you have 3, you can be whatever you want. Yeah, this one. Wait, no, it's not that one. Here it is. Here. I'll pull the meme up for you guys. Don't worry, I got it. This one is so accurate. You can be anything you want. Doctor, engineer, or doctor. The one that I saw was doctor, engineer, or lawyer. Those were the 3 that you were allowed to be. Of course, I was like the black sheep of them, so. But I still had to prove myself, even though I wasn't going to be one of those things. You know? Like, it's like, okay, if you're not going to be one of those things, you better be damn good at what you're doing, you know? So. Yeah, here's another good one. Dad, my teacher tells me I should do a job that I like. That is why she is only a teacher, not a doctor. Oh, I liked Russell Peters, yeah. I really liked him. This one was pretty good, too. Are you a doctor? No, Dad. I am 12. Come back when doctor. Pretty good. Okay, I think I've run out of steam, guys. I hope you had fun with our stream today. I know I wasn't super high energy, but as I get back into it, well, I'll have more energy for you guys. I'm so sorry. Yeah, as I get into it. I hope you guys were entertained at least. Can I get like some feedback from the audience? How was our first stream back in a really long time today? Found a good song? Cool. Sure, bye. Okay. Bye, guys. Oh, wait. I had fun. You weren't super high energy, but your hair was pretty rockin'. Here's hoping for more fun streams ahead. I need positive reinforcement, Stardust. Yeah, sometimes I do. We are not amused. Okay. Please change your answer or I'm gonna cry, okay? I will cry. 11 out of 11. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Not every stream can be Shanny for Christ walrus noises. That is true. Though my streams might take a different shape moving forward. We'll see. I had some ideas in my head. I kind of want to do kind of a Candace Owens kind of vibe to what I'm doing. Without the anti-Semitism. without the schizophrenia, you know? I think it would be interesting to try and channel her a little bit. So we're going to try and do that, I think, in the future. We're going to try and channel some Candace Owens without the schizophrenia. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. Oh boy. Yeah. Look, I want to do a satire of it a little bit, you know? I don't know if that makes sense. Charlie Kirk conspiracies, here we go. Please. No, I'm not going to do that to you guys, okay? No, it'll just be like, I was having a thought the other day, right? That I feel like I should be able to, like, you know, these people, okay, for example, when that news article came out about, that those men, those Muslim men who, were in Canada, who were planning to, like, kidnap some Jewish girls and, like, keep them as sex slaves or whatever. I lost my fucking shit, okay? I cannot tell you how much I lost my fucking shit. I was like, basically in a group chat telling people that, like, I should be able to behead people like that. You know? Like, those are the guys who, like, believe in beheading people. I feel like I should be allowed to behead people like that. I feel like I should be able to do, like, I should be able to record a video. I'll put, like, a little balaclava on. I'll pretend to speak Arabic, and then I'll behead them. I think that should be allowed. I should be allowed to behead people that I think are bad. I think it should be, like, I'll make, like, a gang of, like, wine moms, you know? A gang of wine moms who, and generally, like, you know, generally, like, secular Muslims and stuff. And I should be able to behead people that don't fit in with, like, my ideal society, I feel, you know? And maybe this is just, like, the Muslim in me speaking. Maybe this is just the Muslim in me speaking. But I feel like if you don't fit in with my ideal society, I should be able to behead you. You know? And me and the wine moms will get together, and, you know, some of them are going to be secular Muslims as well, and we'll all, like, we'll ride around on our little mopeds, and then we'll kidnap guys like that, and we'll, like, behead them. I should be able to make an example out of them. And then I should be able to do that. I don't know. And then everybody would be like, look at what happened to those people. They were planning on kidnapping some women and making them sex slaves. Oh man, did you hear what happened? Oh man, they got beheaded. Those crazy wine moms, they're crazy. Like, I just feel like I should be able to do that. That's what it is, okay? And if you don't conform to the liberal world order and practice secularism and practice, like, being accepting of people, I should be able to behead you. I should be able to put on my balaclava. I should be able to tie you up, and I should be able to behead you while you, like, while I say stuff in Arabic, you know? Can you imagine? It would be like turning, like, imagine I went after, like, ISIS people and I did that to people, you know? Not ISIS, but, like, you know, just radical, extreme Islamists, you know? What if I took their, what if I took their strategy? What if I took their strategy and just, and use it on them, you know? What if I put, like, what if I put a fatwa on their head? I fucking go on TV. And they're like, oh boy, she's at it again. And I put a fatwa on people's heads. Like, this person has besmirched, I don't know, that person's a fucking, I start calling people infidels. What if I do that? What if I take their aesthetics and I appropriate it? And I'm like, I start calling people infidels, and I start calling for people to be beheaded, and then I do a few beheadings myself. If you don't live by my society, I should be able to behead you. I don't know, that's just my opinion, you know? I feel like that's what I should be able to do. Yeah, I think I should be able to do that. They should make a special exception just for me, so I can behead people, and I can put fatwas on people's heads, and I can, call people infidels. I should be able to do that. There should be an exception only for me. Like, they should write a law in the United States of America where it's only Stardust is allowed to do this. She's, like, the spiritual leader of, like, the secular wine mom people. And then I go up there and I have my robes and I have a special hat. And I go up there and I can say I put a fatwa on anti-Semites and people like that, you know? But not like just normal anti-Semite. It should be like specifically the guys who come to the West who think that who make plots like that those guys did. The guys who made the plot to kidnap the Jewish girls and make them sex slaves, those are the guys that I want to behead, okay? Like, if you're that level of depraved, I should be able to behead you. If you come to the West and you start, like, if you join, like, a terror cell and I find out about it, I'm gonna fucking behead you. I should be allowed to. There should be a law just for me where I get to behead people. I get to call them infidels. If you come to the West and then you join some terror cell and start plotting a terror attack, you're an infidel by my standards, and I'm going to behead you. That's what it should be. And I should be able to go on TV and say that, and they'd be like, oh, she's saying it. And I'll have a special title too. And everybody will tune in, and I'll get to wear a robe, and I'll wear a special hat, and I'll put a fatwa on their head, and then eventually we'll kidnap them. We'll kidnap them, and we'll behead them live on TV. I feel bad for anybody who came into my stream and just heard all of that without any context. But, I mean, I'm serious. I should be allowed to. I should be allowed to do that. What are other things that those people do? What are some other tactics that they do? I mean, I could make those guys slaves. I'll make them slaves first. I'll make them do some manual labor, and then I'll behead them. Right? Absolutely, the world will change. Even Islamists will say beheading people for not converting cringe. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, if you're doing like weird terror shit, like even the guys in Australia, so, like, man, if we had intelligence on them, and I find out before they do that, and then we decide to take them and behead them, oh my god, that would be so based. I should just be able to behead people, whoever I want to, really. But I wouldn't choose just random people, you know? No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that anarchist Jew. I don't want to do that. That's a little too far for me. Plus I don't want to do that. I want to live. But yeah, I just think that if you make a plot to kidnap a bunch of women, a bunch of Jewish women, and make them into sex slaves, I should be able to kidnap you and behead you and film it on TV, and I'll say my stuff, and then I'll say some stuff in Arabic, and I'll call you an infidel traitor, and then I'll behead you, you know? No, I wouldn't just do it to anybody. I would just do it to people like that, you know? I appropriate their tactics, and I use it on them. And I get to wear a robe and a hat. What do they call those guys? I'm not going to be an imam because I'm not allowed to be an imam, but maybe I can make a new word for it. Whatever. I'll be one of those guys, and I'll go on, but I'll be the special one for America. And it would only be for people who make violent, like, schemes like that, you know? If you're making a plot to kidnap people and keep them as your slaves, as your sex slaves, yeah, I should absolutely 100% be allowed to behead you. I think they should make a law where, like, it's acceptable, like, you can, there are certain scenarios. Why be an imam when you can be a wine mom? Exactly. Actually, so true. Actually, so true. I'll be like the great wine mom of I don't know. Do they have like titles and stuff? I know there's the imam of peace. Can I be the wine mom of not peace? And then I'll be the wine mom of not peace, and then yeah, I'll just do that. I'll find them and I'll behead them. But I need to have a team. I need to have a team of able-bodied people who will help me because I can't do it by myself because I have very bad survival instincts. I feel like I was supposed to die a long time ago, honestly. The Francia War. Okay, I'll be the wine mom of war. How about that? But anyways, but yeah, I have really bad survival instincts. Like anytime I've been in a situation where like, oh, there's danger in a direction, for some reason, I scream and I don't look, and then I'll run towards the danger. It's actually really bad. So I would need like a team of people to come and help me find these people and kidnap them and stop them from doing their bad things, and then I'll do the beheading. But I need somebody to help me with that too. Probably somebody to hold the head steady while I do the beheading. And then probably somebody who's better at speaking Arabic than I would be, because I will probably trip over my words as well. So I'll just do the part with the knife, you know? But it'll be really cool. And then I'll just do that. And then yeah, I'll have people who help me, you know? Because I'm gonna be real. I'm not gonna be good at like going and extracting people. You know, if we find out they're violent extremists who are plotting some weird terror plot, I'm not gonna be good at extracting them. One, I'm like 5'3" on a good day, and like two, I'm not gonna be able to do it really. Like I'm just not. I don't think I can like take down a grown man, you know, because let's be real, most of them are gonna be grown men. Or, you know, very able-bodied men. So we probably will need to employ a few men to help, like, get them and kidnap them. But once we kidnap them, then the wine moms can take over, right? Oh my god, we could feed them Franzia. We could feed them Franzia box wine and make them watch something. I don't know. We're gonna be force feeding them Franzia box wine, though. That's for sure. Can you make a movie about the massive ISIS insurgency in Africa? I'm not a movie maker, anarchist, but I can. If you give me a team of people who like will help me, oh yeah, giant dogs would be nice too. But if I had like a team of people who would go and like pick up these like, you know, warlords and stuff, then we could behead the warlords too. Oh my god, it would be so base. Can you imagine? I appropriate their thing. I call them an infidel. I'm on camera calling them an infidel and fucking beheading them. Oh my god. That would be so base. That would be so... Oh my god, it would be awesome. I meant video. Can you make a video about the massive ISIS insurgency in Africa? I feel like I'm not very good at more serious like I was really good on the Frogan topic because it wasn't that serious, but maybe I'm just underestimating myself, you know? Maybe I'm just underestimating myself. I don't know. But yeah. I don't know. But yeah, moral of the story, guys, is that I should be allowed to behead people with help, obviously, because I need help. So if anybody wants to volunteer, yeah. I think I do underestimate, because even with the anti-Indian sentiment video that I'm working on, I kind of am like thinking to myself, like, can I really pull this off? There's so much research to go through. Can I really put together something that's going to be good and compelling? I don't know. I'm a little bit worried about that. But when it's like character focuses, I feel like I can do really well. I don't know. You think I'd get in trouble if I started threatening people on Twitter that I was gonna behead them? I probably would, right? I'd probably get banned from Twitter pretty quickly. I mean, chat, what do you think? Do you think I get in trouble? Will I get in trouble for Telling people I'm gonna behead them. I want to tell the Ayatollah that I'm gonna behead him. Yes, you can. Yes, you will. What if I said it would be justified for me to behead the Ayatollah? What if I call the Ayatollah an infidel and that I tell him that he's gonna get what's coming to him? That would be funny. He would get arrested? That's so boring. Why would I get arrested? People tell me that they're gonna kill me. People tell me people tell me that they're gonna kill me. Why can't I tell other people? Okay, well, I'll just call people infidels, okay? I feel like we should take that word back. You might get some crazy person coming after you, maybe. I feel like I should be able to I'm just gonna appropriate those words, okay? Sorry, I was saying yes to your ability to make videos. Oh, okay. Yes, you can. Yes, you will. To make serious videos. Thank you. I appreciate that. That makes me feel much better. But I feel like I'm not crazy. I feel like I should have that designated role. They should make a special role for me. Is SFO still here? I don't know. I might have scared him because I know that when he came into the chat, I was in the middle of talking about beheading. So I don't know. I might need like an electric, one of those electric turkey cutters. I could use that to behead. One of those, you know, the electric knife that people use at Thanksgiving for their turkeys. I can get one of those. And then I'll use that. I'll wear an apron and oh my god, it'll be so cute. I'll wear an apron for it too. Oh my god, it would be so cute. I could wear an apron for it. I'll wear the cutest apron ever for it too. It would be awesome. What? What good is the electric turkey cutter if I'm just gonna use it once a year? I should be able to use it for more things. I should probably get a separate one for that, you know? Yeah, I think we should just behead terrorists. Why don't we do that? Instead of blowing them up, we should just go in and extract them and then do a beheading video. I feel like we should do that. I feel like we should do that. Three men in green vests and balaclava, star in a pink dress, a box wine hat, and a turkey carver. Yeah, I think it would be a great idea. Because it is illegal. No, but like shouldn't it be illegal to blow people up too? Isn't it illegal to blow people up? We still do it. So instead of blowing people up, we should just go in and extract them and then, you know, do what we want to do with them, you know? Best murder defense. What else could I use the weapon for? I mean, yeah, what? I'm just gonna use it once a year for turkey? Really? I just feel, I don't know. I just feel like, yeah, instead of blowing people up and blowing the terrorists up, we should just do what they do. Give them a taste of their own medicine, you know? Like, hey, if you're gonna be like this, I'm gonna call you an infidel and I'm gonna behead you, okay? So don't be a terrorist, you know? it's a terrifying thing. It would just make more terrorists. You don't think blowing people up makes more terrorists too? I don't know. Like, what can you do? Turnabout is fair play. I just feel like I should be able to, you know? Also, hi, I'm a dry bread. I'm sorry that you came in while I'm being deranged. Yeah. I just feel like I don't know. Oh my god, Angry Birds is so cute. I saw this Angry Birds gif. I've never even seen the Angry Birds movie, but the gif is so cute. I feel like I had a spiritual experience witnessing Stardust break down her plan to solve terrorism. Thank you. You gotta make terrorism cringe. Exactly! Exactly! That's true! If all the wine moms start doing it, everybody will be like, oh, that's so cringe. Why do we even do that? You know? And then, then none of them will want to do it. They'll be like, beheading people? That's so cringe. Especially if I do it. If I'm the leader of doing it, oh my god. I would make it so cringe so fast. Make all the Islamists say you call everybody an infidel, it doesn't mean anything anymore. It immortalizes them as martyrs? Does it really? I thought it's meant to be disrespectful. They did that to, like, they did that to the Daniel Pearl guy, you know? Where was his energy when we were talking? It only comes out when, I have enough space, you know? In my head. I need to be, like, a little bit tired. And I have to have gotten, you know, it's been a while. Again, it's been like a couple months since I've streamed. So I'm going to be back to streaming every Monday. And I need to, like, get back into my element. And I'm telling you, you guys have no idea what's coming. Okay? You have no idea. I'm going to be giving monologues. Okay? You won't even know. That's my plan, really, is I want to give monologues for my streams. At least I want a segment of my stream to be dedicated to a really stupid monologue. In fact, I need to redo this one because I was not very good at this one. This one's not very good at all. This one needs to be a much more fleshed out monologue, and I'm just gonna do it, you know? Stardust says that she should be able to behead people, and it's the monologue. When 10 people are watching. I mean, what really... Come on, dude. I have no viewership right now. I haven't streamed regularly in a long time. But yeah, I need to do my monologues. I'll practice this one a little bit more. I probably won't do it for a while. Should make a cake of Frogan and fly a lawsuit through it. I feel like somebody else is already doing that. But, like, I don't know. I need some good ideas like that. I feel like that was a banger idea. I got so fucking triggered seeing that news article of Toronto where those guys were planning to take a bunch of Jewish girls as sex slaves. Oh my god, I got so triggered. I just went off. I was just saying about how, like, we should be able to behead people like that, blah, blah, blah. And, like, I was so mad about it. But then I started honestly thinking about it, and I'm like, oh my god. If I started doing that, like, I don't know. Well, anyways, I need to come up with other ideas that are kind of innovative like that one, you know? Because I feel like that was a really innovative idea. I feel like nobody understands or appreciates how innovative I am, really. I feel like... Yeah, I feel like nobody really appreciates it. And more people should appreciate how innovative I am. I mean, hello? Me crying in a fish suit, pretending to take pills? That was innovative, okay? Maybe nobody else saw it, but I hope you guys saw how innovative that was. You might go to jail? Wait, why would I go to jail? For just giving my innovative ideas? Look, obviously I'm joking, right? Obviously I'm joking. I don't know. I feel like People should appreciate me more. I'm just actually an innovator. I am like a world-class like thought leader and nobody knows it. They just don't appreciate me. Like, hello? Is anybody out there? I'm like literally a genius, you know? We should just take whatever people do. Like, right, drug cartels, what do they do to their people? We should just do it to them. I'm going to annex Antarctica. I was joking. Well, I mean, I think everybody knows I was joking as well, but, that's like if I was like, I don't know, the idea is so fucking out there, right? But it would be really funny if it happened. I'm a genius too, I get it. Exactly. Exactly. I knew you would get it, Jake. I knew you would get it. Anyways, yeah, I don't know what to say. But yeah, I want to do, like, at least for the Monday stream, at least a section of it is going to be a segment where I just do a monologue. And I just stare at the camera, and I monologue. And we make eye contact. And we have a moment. Okay? And I tell you about my brilliant ideas. Like, it should be illegal to make really weak coat hangers. It really should be. I don't know. Other ideas. What are some other good ideas that I have? Good ideas that I have. That all men should start in prison and work their way out. And they work their way out by doing a bunch of manual labor and proving that they're not like dangerous criminals, right? And then they work their way out and they get to be part of larger society, right? Like, I have so many good ideas. I have so many good ideas. I do think I think it's true. RFH said this. I don't like a lot of what RFH says because I do think she's actually an anti-Semite. At least she's not like a crazy person. Well, she is a crazy person, but I think she's an anti-Semite. I'm pretty sure she is. But some of her other stuff that she says are like pretty on point. Like if a woman, like if a person is conceived and their mother does an orgasm, I don't think that they have a soul. I don't think they're ensouled. I think that the woman has to orgasm for him to have a soul, or her to have a soul. So I don't know. There's a reason why men are so like emotionally shut off, right? It's because so many of them were conceived without their mothers having orgasms. So, wait, you're still here? Yeah, I'm still here. I was just, Nick, I can't believe you left. I was talking about how we should behead terrorists. We should, instead of blowing them up, we should take them and we should behead them. And I should be the leader of that. But I was saying, like, yeah, a lot of men aren't in touch with their emotional selves because their mothers didn't have orgasms. And so they don't have a soul. There are a lot of soulless men walking around. You know? And it's really sad. Really sad. You have to make your, do you want your child to have a soul, or do you want them to be a soulless person, just an NPC walking around with not in touch with their emotions and their inner selves? I think that I should start in prison, but if I prove I'm smarter than the other prisoners, I should get $1 million and live in a decent apartment with some of those cherry bow tie donuts. I don't know what those are, but you know what? I'm down with it, Jake. I think if you're in the Stardust audience, you obviously like automatically get immunity from the prison system, right? The Stardust prison system. But I'm just saying I have really good ideas. Reverse Freud? No, it's all about like, Yeah, there's a soul that has to go into it. Where do you think the soul comes from? Obviously, women are different from men, and that's a good thing, you know? We're not one person either. We are literally multiple beings at all times because we have the ability to create lives, okay? We are more than one. You're a true feminist, Nick. You're a true feminist. That's why so much of the world are just there's a reason, right? So much of the world are just filled with NPCs. So many people in the world are NPCs. So many people in the world are just nothing, you know? Age of white is over, time of brown has come. Welcome, Testicle Johnson. I don't know if I agree with that. But I'm just saying, like, there are so many people walking around in the world that don't have souls, okay? They're just NPCs. They're not in touch with their inner selves, okay? They're not in touch with that. And that's because their mothers didn't orgasm. Because there are so many women in the world who have died without ever orgasming, right? And they've given birth to multiple children. Yeah. There are tons of people who just don't have a soul in the world. So, yeah, you can't, like, if you conceive a child, but you don't make your wife orgasm, I literally think that there is, like, something, like, spiritually different and spiritually, like, crazy, in women, inside women, So, I don't hate Indians. An Indian came up to me yesterday at my layover spot and gave me a free pizza for free because they got an extra. Oh, hi, Repsion. How's it going? No, I was just doing a research. I'm doing a video essay. One of my video essays that I'm working on, which I don't know if I even have it in me to finish this, but what I'm working on is, like, there's, like, a huge uptick in, like, anti-Indian sentiment on Twitter. And so, I mean, there always was, like, a kind of a hum of it, but, like, it really has increased in the past 2 years. So I was gonna do, like, a whole video essay as to, like, the history of that and why that is. And so I was doing a little bit of research today. Though I didn't really get much done, honestly. I kind of wasted a lot of time with chat. But yeah, hopefully that will turn into something eventually. We'll see how it goes. So, yeah. You don't even stream anymore? You best be working on that essay, damn it. Yeah, I'm working on, like, 2 essays, and I'm helping another person with their essay, and I'm editing for Lonerbox every day. So, include the song too. I have to include the song, and I'm gonna hate that song. I can definitely say there's something spiritually crazy about my mom. To be fair, that side of the family is a bunch of weirdos and criminals and whatnot. Frankly, I'm lucky I've never been to jail. I'm happy just being a weirdo, though. I'm sorry to hear that, Jake. Or I mean, yeah, I'm sorry if they're, but I hope you're happy. I think you're special and beautiful, okay? And your mom, obviously, wait, I shouldn't say that to you. That's really inappropriate. I shouldn't say that. But I'm just saying, I do think that is correct. That if a woman doesn't orgasm when conceiving a child, that child doesn't have a soul. And that's why so many people in the world don't have souls, And we could really fix this issue if people just, did that, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm off, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not mad about, I'm not mad about, I think I'm used to being, like, hated a lot. So, I'm not mad about it, about people hating me or hating whatever, but I do worry about the youth, the children. I worry about the children who have to see it, My mom lucked out she had me. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice. Mama, ooh, I don't want to die. I was supposed to go to bed, and I ended up talking to you guys for like another 30 minutes. I don't know what's wrong with me. I hope you're doing well, Repsion. Nice to see you. Not too far in, just enough, and then up. I had a parasocial relationship with my mom. My mom was very strict growing up, and I was scared of her. I was terrified of her for most of my life, I feel. Maybe not terrified, but I was pretty scared of making her mad. I was very scared of making her mad, actually. She's very strict, and I actually believed that she, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But we have a very good relationship, so. My mom and dad would both beat the shit out of me and my brother equality. Jesus Christ, that's not good. You can be anything you want, doctor, engineer, doctor. I don't know about that, but I think she definitely would have preferred I be a doctor. I just didn't have, you know, my brother and my mom were the sciencey types, and I was like the artsy type, you know? I kind of got the politics gene, though. There was that, but I was very much an arts person. But don't worry, I didn't get away with it, you know? I still had to prove myself, so. Doctor, engineer, female engineer, or lawyer, or a lawyer. The lawyer might, because there's such an oversaturation of lawyers now, that might go out of style. We'll see. We'll see. I was the artsy type too, but I failed art school. Oh, Jesus. Why you no doctor, you like be poor. No, but I did, when I told my mom that I was gonna do music stuff, she thought I was gonna turn into a prostitute, so. Yeah. She was like terrified that I was gonna turn into a prostitute. So. I was like 12, and I was like, Mom, I really like doing this music stuff. And she was like, oh no, she's gonna turn into a prostitute. And then she started telling me about this one lady. Did you announce stream on Discord? I did. Why does she think that? Because she heard some story about some girl who studied music and then ended up becoming a call girl to one of these US senators or something. And then she told me that story when I was like 12, and I was like, Mom, I'm not going to be a prostitute. First I was like, what's a call girl? I'm hungry, guys. I'm gonna go offline, I think. My parents are both pretty educated and were weirdly supportive of me taking music. It's nice they had such low expectations of me. I trained them to give up early. That's very funny, Testicle Johnson. No, I mean, my mom was very supportive of me too, doing music stuff. But I had to like really prove it to her first. So I want to be in a jazz band and get addicted to coke. And then when I was in college and I was doing it, I was like, I called her one night. I was like, I want to quit this. I don't want to do this major anymore. And she was like, no, you have to do it now. I was like, okay. She's like, you have to do it now. Like literally she would not let me. I just called her crying one day. I was like, I don't want to do it anymore. She's like, no, you have to finish it. It was nice that she believed in me, and she still believes in me, so. And she'll, every once in a while, remind me to... She was very... The most Indian thing ever. You finish what you... No, I mean, it wasn't just finish. You have to be the best and you have to finish it. You have to do it now. You've done it. You have to keep doing it. You have to finish it and you have to be good at it. I mean, I didn't need much pushing from her to be good at it, I guess. I did have to prove my right to do it in the first place, but I don't know, there was something in me that was kind of crazy when it came to that. I think honestly my OCD must have started back then, because no normal person would be compulsively practicing like that, you know? Like, I think the whole music department in college was just a bunch of people with OCD. Like, I don't know. That also is like pretty, I don't know, I feel like a lot of us, there were some people who practice more than others, and you know, those, you know, so some of us practice more. And Indians got as much self-hatred as Catholics. It's good motivation. That is true. Yeah, there's a lot of self-hatred for sure. But yeah, she was like, yeah. Bro, 2 hours? 2 hours? That's baby shit, okay? We're talking about 5-6 hours, okay? At least, right? Can you play any instruments? Yeah, I grew up playing piano. I ended up doing vocals as my main focus, but yeah. Okay, anyways, I should really go to bed. Or not go to bed, I should go eat something because my blood sugar's low, I can already feel it. By the way, oh my god, my picture is so cute. On Twitter, you guys should go like it, okay? Actually, I should put a better picture up, but I do think it's a pretty cute picture. Wait, let me pull it up. Okay, isn't that picture so cute? I put my hair on rollers to get my hair like that, okay? I'm just saying. You should go like my picture. Actually, I'm probably gonna delete this. Don't like it. I'll go post another selfie later. So don't like this picture because I'll post a different selfie later. Okay, bye. Delete. Delete. Okay. Wait, am I still streaming? Are we still here? Am I still streaming? Am I still here? Just a second. I have the most perfect tweet. Okay, I have the most perfect tweet. Just a second. That's not that, not that one. Not that one. Oh, right. Okay, okay. I have it. Okay. Okay, I have it. Just a second. I saved this tweet specifically. Don't go anywhere. Wait. Okay. Felt cute. Might replace the white population later. What do you guys think of that one? What do you guys think of that as a tweet? You're procrastinating? I am procrastinating, but I'm putting out a banger tweet right now, okay? I'm putting out a banger tweet. Felt cute might replace the white population later. I think you need to eat. I think that's such a banger tweet, no? It's cool. I love a good rage bait. Yes, thank you. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Okay? It's all about the rage bait. Okay. Felt cute might replace the white population later. And then what should I put? Like milk as an emoji? Milk emoji. And then I should put like a heart and a knife, right? Milk, heart, and a knife. Okay, yeah. It's gonna be that's such a banger tweet, right? Like it's a nice little joke, you know? Do you think it will actually make people mad, though? I'm curious now how many people will scream at you for it. No, they'll probably just scream at me for being cringe, if we're gonna be real, right? Milk next to chocolate milk? Well, I should put, like... They'll just scream at me for being cringe, but I don't know. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna put the pleading emoji. Okay, I'll just put that one. And then I'll put milk. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm posting it. Wait, why isn't it sending? Send. Ah! Send. Really? Where did it go? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, here it is. Okay. Okay, I have it. I have it. Dude, Wick isn't holding back. Wait, what's happening with Wick? Is he live right now? Am I missing some juicy fucking, drama? Oh, it's this Wick panel.
And if he's stepping right about here, and she decides to flee up the road that is only open this direction.
Okay, we're watching it.
It's like, this didn't happen in a vacuum of space. There's a road where she can only go one way, and even the best place for him to stand would have been the direction she ended up driving anyway. And I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but there's still a circumstance and a not unlikely one where lethal force would have been applied anyway.
I mean,
and if not, explain to me exactly
go
what
ahead.
about
I want to
those
hear
details
from
is wrong.
I want to hear from C here. Go ahead, please. Hi, guy. I have a bit of a tangent, if that's okay. It's somewhat
Depends.
related.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So earlier there was like a dono asking Connor about the Second Amendment, and he was saying that like you shouldn't worry about that unless like Donald Trump's going to get a third term. I guess my question would be, how do we feel about if Donald Trump puts ICE at voting booths in the 2026 midterms? How should we be interacting with ICE in this case? They just ask us like, "Hey, what's your ID?" You say no, you're going to get detained. It's a bunch of people losing their ability to vote.
So that's the thing, right? It's like if ICE is standing at voting booths, I think you can perform some civil disobedience, whatever you want. But no, you definitely don't get to bring a gun and fire at ICE. If ICE is using that as an excuse to mass detain American citizens until the time in which they cannot vote and thereby robbing a bunch of people of their votes, I still don't think it's a bona fide excuse, but it's certainly a better one. And I would lean toward that being a bona fide excuse, because I think what Connor was getting at with his answer was once Trump is starting to do things that can never be reversed. Once someone's vote has been stolen, they can never. No, if they just are standing there, the only person that they're implicitly threatening are non-citizens.
He was really going
if they
off
do
earlier?
what you said
Ooh.
and then continue to detain people until the voting period is over and they permanently steal a
Bros
vote in an
McFucking
election,
had it.
I told you,
fucking
yeah,
love
I
that.
would lean toward that being a justification for sure.
Hi,
But if they're
Monotypical,
just
how's
sitting
it
there, the
going?
only people they implicitly threaten are non-citizens who can't vote anyway.
Okay, I wanna take this moment. I did get some other super chats, and I'll feel bad if I don't read them. So here we go. $5. Please
Screen
tell
is
Connor to
too
stop being
big
a pussy
for Silk
and say
Soul.
the R word with his chest. I can't because this donor won't accept it, but he's being one. Okay. $10 from Doobie. A moving car is a deadly weapon in any context. Why does lawful detention matter? Why can't we do the same to cars coming in my general direction?
Because you don't have the right to impede their movement.
But
So
if they're
the
coming
only
at
reason,
me, do I not have the right to self-defense?
I mean, if they're coming at you in a way where that is illegitimate, where you have the legitimate right to be where you are, yeah. Yeah, I mean, so if you in the same
In a
standard,
parking lot.
right? Yeah, so if I'm in a parking lot and somebody just is pointing at me with their car and they just hit the gas looking at me walking right in front of them, I absolutely have the right to
Go,
self-defense there.
If you were in a parking
Go,
lot
Letterbox, go!
and another driver made that same motion like out of a parking spot
Go, Letterbox, go!
and you shot her in
Letterbox,
the
go!
head, you would be in trouble.
No, almost
You're
certainly
getting
you would
away
have
with
the right to
that.
self-defense there.
Probably go to jail,
Almost
bro.
certainly.
Okay,
I
$5
just
from
don't-
Audacity to say, Jeb, how dare you argue the only evidence available? What the fuck, bro? Thank you for the
Thank you.
$5. $20 from Will from Texas. I support Jebtan's movement to stop platforming Destiny. Sorry, no matter what money we get, that's not going to be determination on whether I platform someone. Also, protesters were able to get out of the way of the Marxist MEK terrorist U-Haul yesterday, so the ICE agent could have moved last week. Go Texans. Thank you for the $20. And gang, if you do want to beat Destiny's total, you're about 300 away. So if you want to meet it, you're about 400 away if you want to beat it. So just FYI. $10 from Dirty Deeds. Still love you, Wick, but this entire conversation is cancer. I hope you don't get cancer. $5, I should say, for Zephyr Hash. Is there an argument that the ICE officer can get away if he wasn't trained? Doesn't it incentivize the admin to not train new recruits for deniability? I don't know.
No,
if that was
the
an
argument that he couldn't get away wasn't about training. It was literally just about proximity to the vehicle, and that there is no way to guarantee that they're not a threat just by stepping from the moment that he makes the force determination, because from the moment that she hits the gas, if she cranked the wheel to the left from the moment she hit the gas, he would have been a pancake on the ground.
Well, 1 second on that. Whenever you're doing a reasonable officer standard, objectively reasonable officer standard, you're looking at the totality of the circumstances. So you can't just you can't take like any slice of it and say this is where we're going to do the analysis, right? We have to look at the
Letterbox
totality
does
of
talk.
circumstances.
When he talks, he has
I'm
a lot
looking
to
at the
say.
totality of the circumstances. So did Tusi versus Billiot. So did Starks versus Black that agree with me. They both looked at the totality of circumstances because only the Fifth Circuit wasn't doing that. And it's very clear that if you can't determine the intent of a driver and you're that close to a vehicle, that it's not that you're only using that slice of time. It's that that slice of time still ultimately matters. And the fact that the force determination was made at that point in time and he couldn't determine, we are not allowed to view this with the 2020 benefit of hindsight. We have to view it from the perspective of the officer From the perspective of the officer, the moment she hit the gas, there was absolutely an opportunity for her to turn it left and hit him. From the moment a couple seconds after she hit the gas, or a second and a half after she hit the gas, that may not have been the case, but he pulls that gun out went right before she hits the gas. So from the moment he has his gun pointed at her, she could absolutely have turned the wheel over or even let go
The
of the
thing
wheel.
that bothers me is him calling her a fucking bitch the way that he did. The way that he called her a fucking, like the way he said that, fucking bitch, like. And I don't know, dude. Like, I'm sympathetic towards people who are in the heat of the moment, but like, my God, that felt like a slur, you know?
Beforehand. But
And
you keep leaving that out for a reason
also-
that we can only infer, but we can all probably guess.
No, Wick, because that's not relevant to what he's asking.
It,
like,
it
not every
absolutely
case...
is relevant to the totality of circumstances. It's directly relevant to the question he
That's
just asked
not
you.
what I'm responding to. I'm responding to how he asked, how could they determine she had the intent to turn into him?
Non-responsive
2C
to
versus
what he's
Billiot.
asking.
Holy shit. 2C versus Billiot says you don't have to have evidence that they're going to turn into you. It's just that you can't be expected to assume they won't, and you don't have the obligation to surrender your safety to their whims.
I still need to see that in the
One
case law,
second.
by the way, because I can't see it.
Yeah, one second on that. too,
You
real
read
quick.
it. They don't.
It's not there.
That's fine.
You
One
read
second.
it. It is there.
I
You
wanna-
dumb fuck, Wick. You haven't read the case
No, it's
ever.
not.
It
Quote it.
literally says
Quote it then,
he has
motherfucker.
no way
If
of
it's there,
determining
quote
whether
it. I'll
she is
put it up
going
on
to
screen.
accelerate.
I'll put it up on
Loaderbach,
stream.
did
Show us
you-
the clip where it
did you
says
or
what
di-
you said.
Did you or did you not read the phrase wherein they say
Show
he
us
has
the
no
clip.
way of
You
determining
can
whether she is
screenshot it.
going
We'll
to
put
turn
it
the
on
wheel
screen,
or
or even
accelerate?
screen it yourself.
Yeah, but in
That's
the
all you
same
have to do.
paragraph, they
You
say
don't
he
know.
knew that this
So
person
I
had
can
been
hear you on the
joyriding
rewind
minutes
for a second.
earlier at 100 miles an hour. So it's like, yeah. fuck.
No, I get it. And I'm not, again, I am not saying that didn't matter to that case. What I'm
You
saying is when he
are.
asks,
That's your
how
entire
do they,
argument.
Oh my God, I'm just gonna, so I can keep going. When he asks, how do they know she is going to turn the wheel? What I'm saying is they don't have to know. Nowhere in 2C versus Billiot do they say they have to know she's going to turn the wheel. They just say he cannot determine whether or not she is
it's
going
murder
to
isn't
turn
the
the
issue.
wheel
The
or
fact there's no
accelerate.
oversight
If you
is
can find
gay.
a part of 2C versus Billiot
Yeah,
that
I
necessarily
would
says
agree
that
with
only
that.
matters
There should be some
if
oversight.
they were fleeing before, which most of the decision
I don't
hints
have to
against,
find that. The
then
burden and
I
onus
will
is on you to
absolutely
find where
accept it.
his
But
previous
until then,
action
there is
does
no
not
evidence that
matter.
it
That's the
is
onus that you have
necessarily
to
the
do
case
that you have yet
that
to
they
meet.
have to have had a prior flight for it to matter
Yeah.
that they can't determine the driver's intent. Otherwise, you have
Hold
to give
on.
me that evidence.
Jeb, can I ask you a question, a clarifying question?
It's actually, I'm sorry. I was actually going on a line of questioning. I really wanted to ask one follow up. I'll let you take it over if that's okay.
Sure.
Just to it, because again, when I watched it before I came on the stream, just to make sure I understood, looking at the video of that he was taking himself, it seems like things were going on there, where there were facts within that situation where a reasonable officer could determine her intent. All right. That's the thing to me. It's like, I didn't look at that and say there's no way to determine her intent. She could have provided intent that was like, you could incorrectly maybe, right? Like say, oh, she doesn't intend to hit me, and then he gets hit. I guess that's true. But it
Guys,
seemed
I
like
have to go put
it
my
was very
birds to
clear
bed.
you
I'll
could
be
hear
right
her
back,
say,
okay?
I'm turning, I'm going to pull out over here or something along those lines.
She did
And then
not
her
say
hands
that.
are moving that way and she's talking. So
Hold on.
you could say
I
that
need
he wasn't able
evidence.
to perfectly do so, but it seems like
Hold on.
you could have found a way to find her intent there. A reasonable officer could have.
Hold on. Necessary to my response would be a video of her audibly saying, I am going to turn over here and not hit you. Because that would
I could be
change my
wrong,
calculus. That
but
would change my calculus, but I never heard that in the clips.
So I thought that was what she said whenever she, like in the clip of her doing of the like either that the camera or one of the clips was her. I thought
No,
I
she
it
said,
was
"I'm not
audible,
mad
you
at
hear
you"
it.
as he rotated around the back of the car,
Yeah,
but she
which-
did not. She did not
Apparently,
state,
in
"Oh, I'm
Jeb's
going to
man,
just drive over here."
she
I
snapped
yeah.
and changed her mind and decided to plow.
Well, no, what I'm saying,
I could
like,
be wrong. I'm
conceded
not saying
that
this is 100% sure. I'm saying that like I'm still trying to figure out all the facts of it too. So I thought that someone had said that, and I'd heard her say like I'm pulling out over here. Maybe I heard her say something wrong there. That's totally fair.
No, that
but
never
even
happened,
still, even
from
if someone
my
says
knowledge.
I'm not mad at you, this could still be part of an analysis to determine someone's intent.
It can.
Do you disagree?
So no. So like,
Okay.
I just wish people would listen to my arguments before arguing with them. I said I believe the ICE officer didn't think she was trying to run him over until she hit the gas while he was in front of the car. I think his analysis fundamentally flipped once he
Yes.
was in front of her car and she hit the gas. Hold on.
But why your
Did
argument doesn't work,
Oh, he
motherfucker. I'll
knew.
just
He
mute you
knew
till
I
I'm
would
done.
make it. Oh my
Okay,
God.
great.
I am
Mute you till
so
I'm done.
done.
Okay,
Oh my
great.
goodness.
So why your analysis,
Wait,
why
he
your
didn't mute me
analysis
for
does
you
not
guys, so I'm
work
just gonna say it.
is because he
Anyway,
also had information
when she
that
hits the
showed
gas and he's in front of it, I
definitively
think
that
that
he was not
fundamentally
he was not in
flipped
any danger because
because
she was not
he is
coming at
looking
him.
at a
That
car
evidence
facing right
is
at
her
him
turning the wheel
that he
not just
thinks
once, not just
wouldn't
twice,
ever
not
try
just
to
thrice,
hit him,
but
and a
4
reasonable
times
person who's
away from
not
him.
trying to
And you
hit
still
him
haven't
would
answered this
just not
question.
hit the
When you
gas
turn the
until he
wheel
has
to the
cleared
right,
the vehicle.
what
He's actively
does one
moving to the
reasonably
left.
expect? What
So if
direction
my
does one
number one
reasonably
goal is to
expect
not
the
hit an
car to go
officer
in?
and flee,
Okay, I'm
I'm gonna
unmuting
wait
you. Go
until
ahead.
that officer fully moves to the left, and then I'm gonna flee. But someone who is fully not intending to hit an officer would wait and not hit the gas. Once she hits the gas while he's still in front, he can no longer work under the illusion that she has the ultimate goal not to drive with a cop in
Before
front of
he
her car.
pulled his gun out and before he fired, she was in the process of
Sorry,
turning
what are you
her
saying?
car to the right. And that is
Okay,
undeniable
again, that
fact.
doesn't. Again, it just doesn't matter because once he's in
saw
front of the car
it.
and she hits the gas, yeah, it doesn't matter. 2C versus Billy, it says it doesn't matter. So it's
Okay,
like
that's not what it says.
you don't know that. You never read it. You dumb fucking retard.
Then show
You've
us.
not seen it. It said the wheels being turned to the right is not part of the calculus. He cannot intend the intent of the driver as to
Because
whether or not they're going to accelerate
also
or
connected
turn
to
the
that,
wheel.
like the necessary
It
ingredient
doesn't
in the
say
cake
because.
is that
It
he
doesn't
also
say
was pulled over
because.
for
It
recklessly
never says
endangering people
because.
around him.
Jeb,
It
Jeb,
never
let me
says
ask you
just to be
something.
clear as well, in
It
the
never says
2C in the
because.
2C
It never inexorably ties the two that you're trying to inexorably tie.
To be
You're
clear,
making
though,
an
because
affirmative claim
they
they're
are-
inexorably
It is
tied.
understood
It
that they're looking
never
at the
says
totality
that
of
in the
circumstances, which necessarily
case.
ties up together.
to be
It does not necessarily tie
It
them together.
does.
People put things in court cases all the time that aren't inexorably tied together. Kavanaugh went on a whole diatribe in Barnes versus Felix about things that aren't inexorably tied to the decision. Sometimes you mention something in a decision, and if you want it to be inexorably tied, you say because or as a result. It never once does that to these 2
It
points of
does
fact.
because it's understood
It
in the
doesn't.
text.
Oh,
If you
fuck,
could
you
read
never
beyond
read
the
it.
4th grade
Show
level,
me
you would
how.
understand that these
Show
things are
me
necessarily
how.
connected.
Show me how. What word do they
I
use
am
to inexorably connect
actually
them?
showing you how. It's because
What
they are
word
going
do they
through the
use?
totality of circumstances and then they list those
Oh my
circumstances,
God.
meaning
What
that
word?
under all these
Cite it.
circumstances
I
put
gave you a
together, it
quote.
necessarily means that
Quote
he
it.
had, again,
Quote
reasonable cause to draw his gun and use lethal force, right?
Quote it.
But
What
without
word did they
one of
use?
those
What word did they
being
use that
missing,
inexorably
their
tied it?
calculus changes.
What word did they use that inexorably
Guys, I think
tied
I can
those
bridge the
two?
gap here.
Okay, bridge the gap for me.
All right.
God,
So if we
everybody
look at
keeps saying
this,
that.
You're just wrong.
All
You
right.
keep getting bodied
What
on this
word did
again
they
and
use,
again.
you dumb fuck? What word did they use to inexorably tie the two? Just say it. Just
It's
say it. It's so
understood
easy.
as the
It's not understood
totality
unless they use a
of
word
the
to do it. Oh my
circumstances.
God. It's understood by me because it helps my
They
argument.
have to
If you
understand
can't give
that
me,
there is a
okay, so I
reasonable
can hear myself. If
means
you
to
can't
fear
give me
that
a
this
word that
person
inexorably
would
ties
run
the
me
two,
over or
argument
hurt
is
other
done, and I
people.
will not give any credit to that argument. I'm sorry. Unless you can give me a citation that ties
wrong.
them,
It's
I
just
will
so
not
hard.
accept
Like
it.
it's like I'm arguing 2 plus 2
Jeb,
is 4, and you're like, it's 5, it's 5, it's 5.
Sorry.
Motherfucker, show me where it's 4, it's
Show me
5.
the 2
and
plus 2.
It's really hard
Cite
to deal
where
with
they
this.
tie them, and I will agree with it. Otherwise, it's done. There's just we're
Okay,
circling.
whatever.
Jeb, I might
Go
be able to
ahead,
help you out here.
bridge the gap, brother.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So if we look at this through the lens of Graham v. Connor, does the intent of either the officer or the subject matter?
Hold on. Let me look up Graham v. Connor. I got to look up the details.
So basically what I'm getting at is if I'm reading Graham versus Connor correctly, the intent doesn't matter either on the officer's part or the subject's part. And so when we look at the totality of the circumstances, we have to look if the fact from the totality of the circumstances contributes to either somebody's intent or the reasonableness of the force used.
Sure. And thereby?
Well, I think that would, if you guys could sort that out, if we could sort it out, you know, what does Graham versus Connor say regarding intent? Then you guys could figure out whether whatever fact pattern you're going over with that other case, whether one piece of fact in the totality of the circumstances that Wick is pointing out can be attributed to the driver's intent or the reasonableness of the force. Because if what Wick is saying is his previous actions is tied to the driver's intent, Well, if we look at it through a Graham versus Connor lens, it doesn't matter.
Sure. I mean, I would agree. And Starks versus Black supports that, right? The
Right.
idea that there was no prior reckless action or flight from Starks did not change the calculus for that court that was informed by Graham v. Connor, because they said just the fact that the car was moving forward and the cop was in front of it was enough for the cop to have the reasonable fear for his life. The only issue with that case was the cop decided to jump in front of the car after it was already moving. But they specifically went out of their way to
Was the
say
person
the
in
court
Stark a
and the
criminal?
plaintiff agree. Holy shit, he cannot be
Was the
The
person
court
in Stark
and the
this
plaintiff
matters, like who
agree
they are
that
and who why
if
the
he
reasons they're
had
being
not
pulled
jumped
over
out
and
before
what
the
they
car
did
started moving and
puts
instead
into
had
the
jumped
calculus of
out or
what
after it
might
and
a
instead had
person
jumped out
do in
before
this
it,
situation.
then they would all have been justified to shoot. And I'm making a
It's
great
like
point, which
let me
is why
let me
Wick
try
is
to
still
explain it this
talking,
way.
and
If
that's
we
why
have
I muted him.
I don't give a shit. I'll just mute you. Okay. So if we understand that different people, because of their past actions, can be expected to perhaps, under certain circumstances, reasonably take other actions, and I can easily demonstrate this to you. If I know someone who has voted Republican all their life, they voted for Trump 3 times, I can reasonably expect, bar any other information, that without any other information, it's a reasonable guess that later on they will vote Republican. When we have a criminal who's being pulled over, who's done criminal action, we can reasonably expect them to do criminal action later. When we have a soccer mom, right, who has, again, engaged, and we can hear the conversation saying things like, fine, I'm not mad at you, bro. It's all right. It's all good. And then we can look at her again, turning the wheel away from him, not just once, not just twice, not just 3 times, but 4 times, right? We can reasonably infer that he was in no real danger, and he should have known that. And his lack of training and his trigger happy behavior caused him to lash out and shoot her when it was unnecessary to do so. That's my argument.
Yeah, so no 2020 hindsight, and
I'm not
intent
going from
shown
anything
by
2020
the.
hindsight.
You just
I'm
said
going
we could
exactly
reasonably.
from as he
Okay, I'm
was
gonna mute
going
you
on
because you
the
won't let me
ground
talk.
and watching.
Okay. Anyway, so the intent, I agree that prior to her moving forward with him in front of the car, that he had the understanding that she probably wasn't going to try to hit him. Unfortunately, when you're in front of someone's car and then they hit the gas, you can only assume one thing, which is that they are at least willing to hit you. It's not that hard of a thing to let go through,
Again,
Wick. You don't have to interrupt
I've been in
every
that
time.
situation in front of
Cowardly
a car where they've
fuck
moved forward, and I've
is
gotten
once
brushed
again
even.
Were you
resorting
lawfully
to
detaining them?
I
retweeting
never
history
knew.
speak shit.
I never
Were you detaining
suspected
them?
the person was going to hit
Were
me.
you
because they
detaining?
weren't
Were you
criminal.
detaining them? Did they have
Insinuating.
no right to move in the circumstances?
Insinuating.
Real quick, Wick.
No,
Can
hold
you
on.
100%?
Wick, were you detaining them? Did they have no
No,
right
of
to
course
move at
not.
all? Oh, so there were other reasons why they would have moved other than fleeing you through your body. Weird.
Sure, but again,
There is
she
no
was
other
not a
reason in this
criminal.
circumstance.
She had no criminal history that they knew
By
of.
doing
There
it in
was
a way that
no
endangers the officer, she
expectation
is a
of
criminal at that
danger.
point.
He endangered
She is
himself.
actively resisting
He did
detainment. She is
endanger
resisting.
himself.
She was a criminal at the point that she tried to flee. She
That's
was
not true.
actively resisting a
She was not a
detention. Yes,
convicted
she
She's
was.
criminal,
innocent until
and
proven
she
guilty.
was
Resisting
Still.
detention. Resisting detention.
Innocent until
Okay,
proven guilty. She has due process
Tolliver.
still.
Oh no, hold on. Tolliver also wasn't a convicted criminal when it happened. All the things they were talking about in Tolliver that went toward that case were things that hadn't been convicted yet. It was reckless driving that had happened while the officer was looking. So obviously, you can put in your mind crimes that have not been convicted yet as they were doing. She was actively resisting arrest at the time. And then she resisted an arrest in a way that threatened the life of an officer, or at least the
It
safety
did
of an
not threaten
officer,
his life,
which is a
and
felony.
he had reason to believe it would not threaten his life because of the
According
actions
to
she was taking.
several
But she
bits
could
of
clearly
case law,
see
she threatened
you
a
keep
life.
lying about the circumstances, and we can
I'm
see
not
it on
lying
video.
about the circumstance. According to 2C versus Billiot, Starks versus Black,
Bro,
Settle
this
versus
isn't
Collier,
2C
Barnes
versus
versus
Billiot,
Felix.
bitch.
It doesn't
This
matter.
is
You can
good
you can
versus
carry forth
whatever
the
fuck
president.
his name was. Different
Okay.
circumstances.
Yes, so we can't use
Also,
precedent for any
what
new
to be
circumstances?
clear, one thing they say about 2C versus Billiot, which is maybe why it's different from the Cleveland case, is that they're saying that because there's 20 odd feet of distance, that the cop can't know whether this person is going to change direction or accelerate, i.e. accelerate from their slow speed. But I guess in the case where the car is like right there in front of him and he's only at an angle, then it doesn't really, the car literally can't change direction that quickly or accelerate to a point that he's going to be.
Wake is saying yes, he's never read the case. So
but that's why there were cops who were not given qualified immunity when a car was moving slowly to them in a 3-point turn from 15 feet in Cleveland. So,
let me explain the detail. 2C versus Billiot started at 20 to 25 feet away. He then ran closer to the front of the car, and that final low-speed turn happened while he was in close proximity, which is why the 2C versus Billiot decision discusses low-speed, close proximity. And it's also why the created danger doesn't really matter, because 2C versus Billiot actually rejected the idea that by running from 20 to 25 feet away of the front of the car up to close proximity to the front of the car created the danger, because they said at any point Tolliver could have eliminated that danger by not moving forward in the car. And the same thing applies here. It's the same thing as what is it? Settle versus Collier. They had justification to shoot a guy just for putting his truck in gear because
what had he done beforehand?
What do you mean? What had he done beforehand?
What was he pulled over for?
He had only
what were
fled.
They suspecting
None
him
of these
doing
people had ever tried to attack someone with a vehicle. Not one of them.
So hold on, that's not true. One person was acting recklessly endangering
You're saying
people
it was
by going
okay
100
if
miles
they
per
fled.
hour. So whether he was intended to or not,
What
he
was
was
this
acting. He was
panel
using a moving
originally
vehicle
about?
in a way
Oh,
that
it is about the ICE shooting.
absolutely was a direct threat to the community.
Here's the issue. Settle versus Collier. The vehicle wasn't even moving. He put it in gear.
See, you understand
Wait,
how
what's
that's not
what's the
responsive
context
to a
of that?
fucking thing I said?
No, it is responsive, because what I'm saying is these.
That is entirely missing the point.
Wait, no,
I don't think you're bringing up points you can understand.
wait,
Close proximity vehicle can be dangerous.
Stop me,
I can't trust you.
Stop me, Wonderbox.
I can't trust you guys to talk over each other. Okay, look. So absent the case law, do you believe that morally that putting a car in gear can be enough reason for a cop to feel like he's in danger?
Yeah, in some cases for sure.
Okay. I haven't had a proper engagement with this question then. If the car's reversing, is that not a good reason to just get out of the way? Move to the side of the car?
Well, the car reversed and pointed closer to him. So did you want him to move closer? Because here's the issue in his circumstance, and please don't interrupt me so I can explain this. He had two directions he could move. If he moved toward the back of the car where he was coming from, he was actually moving more in the direction the car was turning. If he moved the direction he actually moved, he was moving away from where the car was turning. No matter what way the officer moved, I'm going to have fucking Lonerbox and Wick arguing to me that he moved in the path of the car because the car was turning one way and moving the other way. No matter what way he moved, or if he stayed in place, he was going to end up in the path of where that car was or where it was going.
That would be a much more convincing argument if he hadn't stopped a good second before
We
she started turning
explained
her
why
wheel.
he stopped, which was why at that point he needs control of the situation, and he doesn't get control of the situation by moving out of the way, because if she turns the wheel, she just moves where he is moving, and he has to pull the gun anyway.
No, the car's it's just not moving that fast. It is like you're telling me this guy couldn't just move to the side of the car. The fact that it's reversing and he's moving in that direction means he's closer to the left corner of the car. Means he's closer to the left side of the car.
That fast, as you guys mentioned, the fact that it's not moving that fast is why it's still a danger to him, because the fact that it's moving not that fast means she could still turn the wheel over and get to where he would have to be moving to. I don't know if you guys watched how fast that car went from pointed this way to pointed this way, but it happens really quickly. Like, come on, can we treat officers like humans fucking time?
Because I am human and I know what reaction times are. I know he had plenty of time to get out of the fucking way.
Yeah.
He didn't. It was like 2
we're treating
seconds.
him like a human and holding him responsible for the dangerous situation that he created.
Yes.
I'm looking right now.
He
at
didn't
create
it.
NPCs.
He absolutely created it. And I'm looking right here.
It's also demonstrated by the fact that he's like casually pacing with his phone in his hand, and he stops to pull his gun out, and he still gets out of the way. So obviously, he had time to get out of the way.
Dusty, would it have been a dangerous situation if she never hit the gas pedal?
Yes, probably it would have still. She was surrounded by cops with hands on guns, and then he stepped in front of the car.
Dangerous for him.
He stepped in front of the car.
Sure. How would it have been
He has
dangerous for
he
him if
has
she
the
never hit
obligation.
the gas
He
pedal?
has the obligation to
Okay,
exercise some
we can-
self-preservation and not
Yes.
create and not manufacture a deadly
Dusty,
situation so that he can use
Dusty,
deadly force. And
I'm
hold
not
on, hold on.
trying
Let
to
me
preempt
hold on,
anything.
hold on, hold on,
Just
hold on.
answer
And
the
in fact,
question.
just to let me
Was
put
it
out
dangerous
just
for
real
him
quick,
if she
he
never
put
hit
the
the gas?
community. Just let me
Hold
point
on,
this out
I
real
wasn't
quick.
done.
I'm
He
gonna
put
wait
the by
until this
shooting
is
her.
answered to
He
say
put the
anything else.
community in more danger because we
The
saw the
absolutely
result
everybody's in
of
more
him
danger.
shooting him.
Listen, I'm
Shooting
gonna wait
her.
until my
She
question's
she
answered so that we
careened
can
into
continue
a parked
engaging.
I
car
wasn't done
and then
with
hit a
making my
pole.
point.
If someone was
That's
in
great.
that parked
I have to
car, they
respond to
could have
fucking
injured
8
and hurt.
people's points, so I'm gonna
His actions
sometimes ask a
jeopardized
question.
the people around him.
But Wick also doesn't care for the debate panel.
Real
So,
quick, I
would
do
it have
want
been
to.
a dangerous situation for the officer if the gas pedal was never pressed down?
Okay, he's not going to address any of my points, gang. He's not going to
Okay.
even
No, I'm not
Well,
gonna
then,
address
if
them,
we're not
but
going to address
I'm
that
looking
fundamental
I'm
question,
looking at the
then I'm
Department
going to
of
bow out.
Justice's
It is
guide
past
for
I'll see you later,
halftime in this
buddy.
game.
Department of Justice's guide
But
for
if we can't
vehicular
address
first aid.
even that she had a
It says
part in making the
pursuit
dangerous
is prohibited
situation,
for
No,
the
we
following.
it's
we
just
already
no
we
good.
already
So I
agreed
love you
she's
guys.
retarded.
Pursuit is
I agree.
prohibited
Enjoy
for the
it.
following
I
types of
don't care about
offenses:
retarded.
property
That's
offenses,
immaterial. But I
misdemeanor
I
appreciate
wanna
offenses,
go,
it.
guys.
traffic
Take care.
offenses,
Night night.
civil infractions.
Bam.
They should not have.
I missed the entire
Okay,
fucking
okay,
thing.
that's plenty. That's plenty. Oh shit.
I missed the
Sleepy
entire
boy.
thing. What? Oh,
I gotta watch the football. Is that-
I'm gonna
It's so fucking mental, man.
I'm
Like
I'm gonna go
somehow
too
this cop
then.
is in all this danger when he's like casually pacing, stops to get his gun out, doesn't jump away until the very last minute, but also he was in a reasonable fear for his life. I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. What in the hell? Oh, excuse me. Okay. How is the unarmed person the one escalating the danger? Because a car is a deadly weapon, which can apparently be thwarted by a fucking 9mm little hand cannon. It's so stupid. Fuck. Fuck me. I feel
Jebtan
like I'd
won
be
at the
more
debate,
sympathetic
but
if
he's
the car
going to
had
lose at
20
football
to 30
tonight.
feet, because that in that case a car can accelerate and veer towards you, and maybe you can run out of the way. But when you're right in front of it, you step to the side and you're in the clear. Especially when it's just going really slowly on an icy fucking whatever. Fuck me.
From what I understand, that officer had some trauma, so maybe he should have had some more time off before being
How
in
would a
that
car move if it's
situation.
dead? True. All right, DT, thanks for the €6. Thanks to the real lawyer for erasing the last 3 hours of case law.
Okay. Okay, you guys made me stay longer than I needed to. Oh, look at this puppy. Oh, look at this cat. My apologies. My apologies. My apologies. Oh, I need to tag Dan in this. He likes cats, so.
I got big decisions.
You guys should go like my tweet about replacing the white population, okay? Okay? Go like my thirst trap, if that's even considered a thirst trap, okay? Go like my thirst trap about replacing the white population, all right? Okay, I'm gonna go. It was fun hanging. Remember me when I'm no longer here, okay? Will you? Chat, will you? I need to hear some yeses before I leave. Will you remember me when I'm no longer here? This is actually me too, as well. Okay. That's actually me. This is also me. Yeah, this is also me. This is also, no, this is not me because I'm not a horse and horses are scary. What the fuck? What? No, I don't like that. Okay. This is me if I had a husband. This is me if I was a vegetable. This is also me. Oh my god, that's actually literally me. This is not me, but I like him. This is me. Yeah, that's me. Yeah. And that's not me. This is actually me. This is literally me. This is also me. This is me, but like all the time. I just have an emotion. I have an emotional depth that you guys are incapable of, okay? I have an emotional depth that you guys are incapable of. You wish you had the emotional depth that I do, okay? I have an emotional depth that you're just completely incapable of because I'm a special human being, okay? I feel like I'm going to hear your monologue later today. No, it's going to be next Monday. I'm working on it. I'm going to have a segment where I just monologue, okay? But I have an emotional depth to me, okay? I have an emotional depth to me. And you just never know. You're incapable of reaching this depth, okay? You're incapable of reaching my depth of emotions and spirit. You don't have the capability to reach my level of spirit, okay? I have a spirit and an emotional depth that you will never have, okay? And that's why you should watch me and only me. Unless it's a streamer or a YouTuber that I do editing work for. Otherwise, you should only watch me, okay? Because when you look at other streamers, are you looking at XQC and saying that guy has a spirit and an emotional depth to him that I cannot comprehend? He knows this. He knows this, the whispers of the trees at night. No, you don't look at that guy and think that. You look at Asmongold and think, oh, that guy for sure. He has an emotional spirit and an emotional depth that I cannot comprehend. And he sees and hears the whispers of the trees at night and the moon speaks to him. No, you don't think about that when you look at Asmongold. But when it's me, you know, you look at me and you're like, yes, Stardust has the spirit. She has an emotional depth that I cannot comprehend. And she knows secrets of the universe that were whispered once long ago and poured into a glass. And she drank from it, okay? That's why you watch me, okay? For the spirits of the night that I keep within me that you cannot comprehend, all right? I have spirit and secrets and whispers of the night that I keep inside me that you cannot comprehend because I have such emotional depth as well. You have no idea. You can't, it's like telekinesis. You just don't have it, okay? And I do, okay? But maybe if you watch me long enough, maybe you'll learn. In fact, I know you will. That's why you watch me, okay? Glass after glass. I drank glass after glass of the secrets of the night, okay? I did. I know all the secrets of the night, and I drink glass after glass of those secrets of the night, all right? I feel like I'm going to hear your monologue later today. I mean, I think you just heard it. I mean, it wasn't that one wasn't a good one either, honestly. I really need to work on. Sorry, that's just schizophrenia. I don't have schizophrenia. No, but the secrets of the night have poured themselves into my glass, and I have drank from them, okay? What does that even mean? Don't worry about it. You read that one twice? I know I read that one twice. What does that even mean? Exactly. Exactly. You want to know why you don't know what that means? Because you do not have the emotional depth. You cannot comprehend the emotional depth and the spirit that I have inside me, okay? Because I have listened to the secrets of the night and drank from them. Of course you wouldn't know what it means. Of course. But one day maybe you will. Maybe you will. Guzzling girl world content is definitely something. Those are only but a small part of the secrets of the night, Barabbas, okay? Only a small part of the secrets of the night. The secrets of the night are just the Twitter drama Google Docs of nature. Okay, no, that's also only a small fraction of the secrets of the night, okay? You just don't know, okay? There's a, I am not one, okay? I am many. I am many things, okay? She has bottomless depth. Exactly. Exactly. Are you saying that I have a flat ass? What the fuck? Anyways, yeah, secrets of the night. Yeah, exactly. My God, what am I doing with my life? My ass is not flat, okay? I am actually... To be fair, you have to have a high IQ to understand Stardust. Actually, that is very true. That's very true. Look, okay? If you want to drink from the secrets of the night, then you have to watch me. Otherwise, you'll never achieve it, you know? I'm not the keeper of secrets. That's somebody else. That's a higher dimension being or whatever. What is it that they say in French feminist philosophy or whatever? Multiplicity. I think. Yeah. Multiplicity. Whereas, like, men are one being. I don't know. It's kind of weird philosophical mumbo-jumbo. It's very poetic, though. I like the way that it sounds. Though I don't like the burn down the system kind of stuff, you know? I think liberal systems and laws are the way to go. I'll be satisfied with the rumors of the dusk myself. I think the secrets of the night might be too extreme for me. Okay, well, you know, everybody has their own taste in things. French femme... Wife? Kill me? You don't even know what I'm talking about, Gilded, okay? You'd probably like them, actually. You guys have no idea, okay? Okay, but for real, isn't that such a cute picture? Oh, here, just a second. Isn't that a cute picture? Okay, you have to go like my tweet. Felt cute might replace the white population later. Yeah, what a banger. Why later? Just do it now? Let's see. Can I help? First kid's name can be Adolf. No. No, I don't like that. Okay, that's my thirst trap. Go like it and retweet it. It's not really a thirst trap, right? Thirst traps, like, I feel like thirst traps have way more, stuff in them, right? Like, that's not really a thirst trap. I'm, like, fully, clothed and stuff. So it doesn't count as a thirst trap, right? Chat, is that a thirst trap? Does it look like a thirst trap? It's not actually a thirst trap. I just, I look like an elegant lady, right? Okay, well anyways, I'll actually end stream now. I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping you guys up with me.